Hello, hello. Can we do this? Can we do it? We'll see. Only time will tell. Alright. Time to put on the old thinking glasses. Step by step. These are dirty. Clean the glasses first. Don't want to be harassed by smudge on our lenses. It's not a good way to start. It's the way to end. Nice messy smudges on our glasses. All right. That's much better. What big glasses you have, Mr. Roybert. Yes, the better to analyze you with, my dear partner. All right, I've got coffee, I've got tea, I've got thoughts. Hopefully they'll bubble up inside of me at some point, and we'll kick it off. Wait for the fish to come gather in the pond. Hopefully they'll be expressive. Hopefully they'll be suggestive of things that we can collect. I gotta get my posture right. It's something I need to work on. Posture. It's impossible to think straight or clearly when you've got a slouchy structure. Gotta be nice and grounded, centered. All right. Let's try to turn on the lights. Do some neck stretches. Get out the kinks. Try to center a body and a brain. Hard to project stability. You got bad posture. All right, let's turn on. Tune out the madness of the world and tune in to intuition. It's our sacred journey and our mission. Sacred ritual begins. Default mode network. Turned down. Executive control network. Let's turn it up. Turn it up. Oh. Scotty, divert all defensive system power to rear thrusters. Prepare ship for ludicrous speed. Turn on the faucet. Fill up that basin. Open the floodgates. This is the joy of thinking. Holy shit, that feels good. Damn, what came over me? It's no hyperbole to say that you can develop skills to master the art of thinking, to cash in at your local bank. Might just pay the bills that you've amassed from overwhelming focus on too much drinking. How y'all today? What do we got in chat today? Let's start this off with some tea. What kind of tea are we drinking? Might just direct the kinds of thoughts that we're thinking. Ow. It's a little bit hot. Woo. Let's taste it and find out. What do you think? Earl Grey? Peppermint? Rose hip? rooibos, jasmine, green. So many different kinds of teas we could be drinking. But which one is the best kind for thinking? Ah, peppermint, of course. Refreshing and stimulating. And not humiliating. We got coffee and we got peppermint tea. Where will that take us? Sticks and stones. We start with just a seed, the beginning of the stream. A seed for thinking. Sticks and stones. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but names can never harm me. Why is this simple rhyme caught on? And what does it mean? Sticks and stones. Because it feels like a lot of the time words are much more damaging. Names are much more capable of making us feel bad, of making our bodies start to shut down, making our minds turn off, and making us angry at the people that call us these things. So in one sense, I think it's actually a useful reminder that names, thoughts, ideas, information need not necessarily be damaging. Because there's no physical sense in which information can directly harm us. It's only the interpretation of that information when we encode it, right? And it becomes part of our psyche, it becomes part of that inner critic that reminds us of the way that other people might be thinking about us. That's when it gets internalized. That's when it becomes physical, becomes part of the microcircuits of your brain structure. And it leads to these looping thoughts that do indeed affect our behaviors in ways that are self-damaging. So it's a good reminder to remember that the things that other people say about us, the things that other people think, are in no real sense realistic. It's not a reality. It's a construct. They're stuck in their own perceptions. And all these labels, all these names that people might throw our way, they're actually indicative of simplistic thinking. Casting aspersions, casting stones. And what do we know about casting stones? That people in glass houses ought not do this thing. A lot of people have tried to label me, put me in a box. I've gotten into a lot of conflicts where people call me hurtful things. And some of my closest friends know exactly how to hurt me the best. They know they've got a good mental model of me. And they're like, what could I do to try to hurt this person? What is his most sacred values? What does he cherish above all that I could challenge? And as you know me, partner, I believe above all else the ability to be a good thinker as sort of part and parcel of my whole identity, my whole meaning, my whole essence of being is self-improvement. And so a lot of people, when they try to attack me, they will challenge my intellect. And they will call me stupid. They will call me misguided, delusional, But once you realize that whenever someone else is trying to attack you, really this is just an indication that that other person is fearful. Thunder Dude. We caught a fish. What a big fish we've caught. Thunder Dude. What an insightful human. Welcome back to the stream, Thunder Dude. How are you doing today? I'm talking about sticks and stones, the nature of names. The nature of really cuts to the heart of meaning and understanding. What's the worst thing anyone has called you, Thunder Dude? What's the worst label that the worst thing that anyone said to you? Careless, reckless, immoral, evil, misinformed, misanthropic, disingenuous, delusional, dumb, retarded, trite, tired. I think the worst thing that anyone's called me was just stupid. What a hurtful thing to call somebody. 60% water. I thought it was more than 60%. I thought the body was like 80-something% water. Yeah, let's get a fact check on that. Yeah, we're mostly water. It's pretty incredible when you think about it. All of this structure of the human body is really just a container for water. You know, when our distant ancestors, Tiktaalik, that's kind of the fish that had legs that crawled up out of the ocean. We all started out in the ocean. And when we went out to discover that vast new frontier that we call terrestrial Earth, we had to bring the ocean with us. So we are just big sacks of muscly fluid. Most of it's water. Pretty incredible. We are mostly empty space, actually, Clown says. Yeah, so if you think about, if you go down and reduce ourselves to just a collection of atoms, and you look at what we know about protons and neutrons and electrons, we try to break down that model, and we realize that most of that's not physical at all. Maybe none of it's physical. It's really crazy how at the deepest scales of our reality, all the hardness, all the concreteness just kind of fades away, or it expands, turns into gradients, turns into clouds, becomes ethereal, non-material. So welcome to the show, Clowns. Thunder Dude says, I don't know what's the worst thing someone called me. Usually people avoid insulting me. Well, it's a good thing. Yeah, we want to avoid, if at all possible, these confrontations where it comes down to calling each other names. The old ad hominem. You know you've won an argument, or you know you've won a discussion when yet the person on the other side resorts to ad hominem attacks against you. That's when they've just run out of logical things to say, logical ways to attack your words, and they just cut right to the chase. try to invalidate you by attacking the essence of your being. That's when you know you've won. So don't fall into the trap of overreacting, getting all emotional, and casting stones back at the other person. That right there, that's a flag. That's a notification of a job well done. And when you can subdue that sort of psychological reaction that will naturally occur to attack someone back that is attacking you, then you've won again. So that's 2 feathers in your cap. It's hard to do in the heat of the moment. You heat up these equations, and suddenly it feels like the world is imploding. So, sticks and stones, the nature of reality, we're mostly water. We're mostly empty space. We're mostly atoms in this probability cloud. How do we go from that to such a seemingly tangible, inflexible object with inherent properties? Doesn't make sense. Maybe it isn't sensical at all to think of ourselves in terms of objects with definite properties. Maybe we are not even what we think we are. Maybe the self, the ego, is really just a construction of patterns that we've internalized and we reinforce through our life. What if we could just loosen that sense of self, that sense of, I have these physical properties? Would we be more flexible, adaptive, willing to change, open to new ideas, able to stretch and not break, expand, branch out instead of crumble? I guess I'm not in Discord yet, so I'll get in Discord in case anyone wants to jump in. Thunderdude says, and often when they give an opinion about something personal, I tend to dismiss it. I think if someone spends time thinking about somebody else's personal traits, their opinion usually lacks value due to this fact. Weak minds talk about people. Average minds talk about events. Strong minds talk about ideas. Ideas are king. Personal traits, personal qualities, people quibble about. We like to divide into groups, into tribes. We like to devise names and schemes to simplify other people's minds. But really, that is just a trait of a weak mind. People that are way too nosy, interested in celebrities, interested in gossiping about how other people around them are less successful. All of this talk about people. Why are we so focused on people? Unbelievable why we're so focused on individual people when ideas are so much more believable. Clowns says, if someone attacks back, all it proves is that they engaged. It doesn't mean they lost, and it definitely doesn't mean you won. By that logic, every boxer who throws a punch back is admitting defeat. Same with debates. If someone replies to your argument, it's not because you beat them, it's because the exchange isn't finished. Okay, so what did I say? What is it that Clowns is trying to clarify here? I said something like, if someone is resorting to ad hominem attacks, that means you've already won the argument. I guess it's not really that you've won the argument. You just kind of won the sort of meta game. There's these layers of games that we play. An argument that's a little game, a social game that we play where we're trying to somehow prove that our ideas, our words are more true than the other person's. That's a superficial game. The next level game is like, why are we engaged in this debate? Like, what's the point of it? Who stands to gain? Is there any personal gain that comes out of this exchange? And I think that's the level at which you've sort of won. Because if you realize that it's pointless and there's no reason to continue to engage or fight back, right? Then you've exited the low-level superficial game. You've exited from that game. You've changed the frame. You've ascended. You've ascended the stage. You've exited the phase. So in that sense, I think you've won. But it's the meta game that you've won. Right? So there's all these higher levels of we're all sort of mired in nested levels of games. Nested levels. So, are we defined? Are we well defined? No. We as individuals are not well defined at all. Not well defined. We can see this, there's a number of reasons that we can see that we're not well defined. If we just, like we're talking about, if we talk about atoms, seem to be not well defined, right? Spaces of probabilities. After all, we're just a collection of atoms, and we're mostly water. So we are undefinable by nature, by our very nature. And if you try to ask yourself, well, who am I? If you lose a limb in a freak gasoline fight accident, I guess you wouldn't lose a limb there. You lose a limb in a freak pillow fight accident, and you're a one-armed man, right? Do you cease to be you? Not really. Because you were never a whole, well-defined thing to begin with. So losing a small piece of that superficial definition doesn't change much. You're still a probability space. A space of potentiality. A way to stand up and face a reality. Howdy to everybody on the stream. We're just kind of having a stream of thought right now. We're talking about names, sticks and stones, defining things, talking about truth. Thunderdude says people apply labels to others to shape their social identity. People need apply labels to others to shape their social identity. People constantly perform characters and identities in social contexts. It's how they define themselves. Ah, yeah. Social frames and scripts. We have these social frames and scripts that exist to help us to figure out what we need to do in different situations. So there's a script. When you go out to a restaurant, there's a restaurant script. Right? And everybody knows the script, and everybody knows what character they're playing within that script. What's up, my man?
What up? What up?
How you doing?
My argument on ad hominem attacks, it's more like a lot of people think it's weak to do it, but I mean, you know me, I do diss tracks all the time. If it's done right, I mean, those ad hominem attacks can actually strengthen your argument if done correctly. The thing is most people don't know how to do them. The reason you resort to those is for audience. You're tugging. Whenever I use them, I'm tugging at the audience, right? So I may resort to saying I fucked your girl last night, but I also will argue the point. I might slip that in, but it also shows how weak-minded the other person is, because if they only come after the ad hominem, it shows how weak their argument actually is, instead of sticking to like the argument or whatever. I use it to disarm them and pull them off the subject. I use it to drag the audience in and play on insecurities of the person that I'm doing it on. So there's a lot of reasons to use ad hominem when you're debating somebody. We have this really like narrow mind view of it that well, if you use them, you've already lost the debate. No, I haven't. I know how to play audiences. I also know how to play on the psychology of the person I'm arguing with too. So I might attack your girl, but I'll also attack your opinion. You know, I might attack your father or your mother or whatever it is. But those are all strategies in a debate, and a lot of people don't know how to use them properly.
Okay, so Clowns is saying, essentially, let me paraphrase, that ad hominems are very effective strategies for winning the sort of low-level argument. If the goal is, let's see, if you're in the court of law, right? If the goal is to defend some person, and the way that you might do that is by attacking some of the, let's say the person on the other side has a key witness, right? And that key witness is providing evidence, a testimony against your defendant. And that key witness is saying some things that make your defendant seem very guilty. That it might be a good strategy to go in and destroy the credibility of that person. That is a effective strategy, and indeed that is an effective strategy to get the jury or the people around them to throw out that testimony. So in the same way, you're saying that you could employ ad hominem attacks effectively in certain situations. However, I'm sticking by my guns. I think that if you're trying to employ those, like within that small context, if you are doing that and you're knowingly manipulating the audience around you, and you're just doing it to win the game, then perhaps that you're playing the wrong game, right? So I totally agree with you that if you're concerned about achieving certain outcomes, if you're concerned about achieving certain outcomes, like getting your like if you're a attorney and your outcome is, well, I gotta, get a non-guilty verdict, then yes, that's an effective strategy, and that's the whole idea behind rhetoric.
I think it's an effective strategy in anything.
But it's not
part of.
It's not
part of your job. You're debating something is to get people on your side, and the easiest way to do that is disarm, make them laugh, or make them question the person you're up against. That's when you're talking discussions and stuff. it's just a weapon in your arsenal. It shouldn't be your main focus. Like I would never do a diss track that's straight a diss track on them. Okay, I might throw in an insult on their mom or an insult on their girl or whatever.
Okay.
I always attack them in more ways than once. It's just a weapon in the arsenal whenever you're debating or whenever you're even in general discussions. And we all do it. We just do it in different ways. So
Is it
to
possible?
discount it as a
Is it possible
go
to,
ahead.
to transcend this entire framework and say that maybe the goal is not to get anyone on your side? The goal is to actually set truth free, is to just get
Well,
people
I mean,
more in line with
well,
understanding the truth. That's the
well,
higher order.
yes,
That's the higher order spiritual goal.
but the problem with that, and this is would be my argument is, you can spit nothing but straight facts. It will fall on deaf ears 90% of the time if you have no
Mm.
charisma, if you don't know how to talk to people, if you don't know how to mess with brain chemistry,
Hmm.
and hominins are a way to persuade people over and let them see the light and, as you would put it, see the truth.
So,
You have to discredit their avenue so they can see yours for what it is, which also means you have to actually discredit them in the process.
uh huh.
You don't necessarily have to do that, but the best debaters on that have ever lived always have those kind of attacks in their person in their pocket ready to go, so they can. It's a quick joke. It's whatever you're going to do it and employ every possible weapon you have to so you can win them over so they see your point of view. It's not necessarily a good thing or a bad thing. We tend to go, oh, they attacked their morality. Well, I mean, that's if it's on morality and that's what then yeah, you want to attack the morality. But if it's on whatever topic, you want to attack them in that avenue and just pull the credit away from them. And yeah, there are higher truths, but the thing is you know this. Life doesn't have any definitive right and wrong answers unless you're talking science. And
Mm.
even then, it's evidence is what pushes that. A lot of stuff that we're looking for truths for are all like morality is something that like we struggle with, and we don't really have a definitive answer on what's moral and what's not. So it's all about capturing high ground to get your point across.
Okay, so let's think about if so let's think about Socrates, right, who was condemned to drinking hemlock, and all of the authorities came around there and had all these debates and reasons why Socrates just needed to go. And Socrates, he was so sort of idealistic and high-minded that he just drank the poison. But maybe if he was a little bit more charismatic, maybe if he had a good sort of pointed ad hominem that he could use against his persecutors, maybe he would have been able to change and get the audience on his side in a more practical way and not have to actually die. So yeah, if it comes down to life and death, man, you need to use all of the options and weapons, tools available in order to, do what you got to do to survive. Let's see. Thunder Dude says someone can take one true or partly true fact, then layer it with implications or hidden assumptions. It sounds correct, but to debunk it, you'd have to unpack everything they left unsaid, which takes way more effort than making the claim. That's a good point, also, Thunder Dude.
Yeah.
Someone can just tell some sort of make some kind of spurious claim, make some kind of argument, tell a blatant lie, and when they do this, to actually unpack, to deconstruct, to reverse engineer all of the logic and then explain it, creates this enormous burden on the side of the person that is just trying to say, wait, no, that's not actually what's going on here. So there's this like asymmetry. Someone can just tell a bold-faced lie, and then there's this asymmetry kind of built into the argument where now the birth of the proof of burden now gets shifted to the person that has to really go through this detailed explanation of why it's a lie. And yeah, that's tricky.
Well, yeah, that's why debates are difficult to do and why most people aren't skilled in it. You got to know when to use them and when not to. Uh, like I said, it's a piece of arsenal when you're debating, and even when you're in general discussion. You don't want to rely on them, but it is a weapon at your disposal. And I think it's funny whenever I watch these people who do debates, and they're like, if you resort to that, you've already no. You can lose a debate because of an ad hominem attack. Like, I've seen it. We all have seen it. It's in their mind. They have to do this thing. They do gymnastics in their mind. Well, he said that because I cheated, I can't have it. And he busted out this real good insult that he lost the audience. But that doesn't mean I'm wrong. That's that mental gymnastics people do. Um, and we have to like really. The audience isn't going to look at it as deeply as the people that are having the discussion. Like me and you have discussions all the time, and I wouldn't say that most people that listen to us talk dig as deep as we do. They do a service level, and one of the best ways to capture their attention is an ad hominem attack. Unfortunately, it's psychology, man.
Yeah, but what if actually what if getting into the debates and so Thunder Dude said something which I kind of agree with. He says winning a debate implies a level of dishonesty. Winning a debate, meaning if you
Yeah,
won,
I agree.
if you've won something, right? If you've brought over and you've convinced a number of other people to your side, it means that you probably utilized one of these tactics to capture their emotions, capture their hearts, such that they're confident in the opinion that you espouse. And which usually means, and because the truth is usually very, very nebulous, undefinable even, winning a debate implies a level of dishonesty. I think that's probably true. So how do we, so but a lot of this, especially in our politics, it's all about winning debates, right? It's all about being correct or being right. It feels like that game, it feels like at some point I just try to rise above it and be like, this is not the right game to play. Why is anyone even playing this game? Like, can't we find a different game to play? This seems unproductive a lot of the time.
Well, there is productivity to disagreements, though. It's what spars new thoughts and new ideals.
Sure.
Especially if you're open.
Sure, which is what we do here,
So,
but that's a brainstorm, right? So we're kind of.
well,
So we need a different.
of. I mean,
We need a different framework. Maybe the whole idea about getting into a discussion in order to win a debate. Maybe that's a little less productive than just getting into a brainstorm and trying to figure stuff out like together, right? Because like in a debate, people are already, they have this script. Like let me get back to this idea of scripts, right? So you go into a restaurant, right? There's a restaurant script, and there's different actors. There's the waiters, there's the hostess, there's a manager, there's the diners, there's the food. The people that bring your food, what do they call them? The food runners. So everyone's got a script, and when you go into a restaurant, you become the sort of the patron, and you wear this sort of persona, and you know who you're supposed to interact with, who you're not supposed to interact with, right? You're not supposed to go walk up and sit down in someone else's booth while they're enjoying their meal. You're supposed to wait for your booth. You go to your booth, right? You wait for your menus. You order your drinks. There's this whole, there's this collectively sort of defined script that we all kind of understand, and we know how to interact, and it helps sort of lubricate the social gears, and it makes it so unnecessary conflict doesn't arise. So we have the script of
That's,
around a debate as well, right? And the script
yeah.
around a debate is that there should be one clear winner. And so we all assume when we're playing in that game, we're like, okay, well, we're going to analyze the different arguments. We're going to utilize all of these different ways of winning the debate. And that's the goal because it's defined by the script. So how do we create a different script where it's like, if we're having a debate, there's a script where everyone wins in the end. Like it's a non-zero sum game, right? Where everyone's like, everyone that engages in the debate, everyone that offers their ideas and does this sparring thing, they feel that they're better off for it. So maybe we need to change the script around political debates into like political brainstorms or just social brainstorms or something, right? We just like rewrite the script. What do you think about that, Thunder Dude? What do you think, clowns? Thunder Dude says you want to gather support, then feed people's cognitive bias. You know the game, you can rally people behind all kids of BS. All kinds of BS.
All kind.
Once bias is in play, the truth being used is just a pretext. Yeah.
And I agree. And that's why whenever I do a lot of rap battles and stuff. I not only use the truth, but I also use lies and I use insults as weapons, and they're just tools I can pull out. That's why I have so many great bars, and they're all designed around these insults. They're just weapons to me that I can pull out and throw at somebody while also still staying in the debate. And I can always tell whether somebody has a weak stance or not by whether they actually come at what I said or they go after the personal attack. It's just a weapon to throw them off. And it's usually how you win debates, because if you get a really good insult, you can throw somebody completely off their argument, and that's where they lose. But then they'll claim victory because, oh, he insulted me. Well, you have such a weak argument, that's all you focused on after I did it. So, that's how, it's just a tool I use to, like, toss the table over and go, now let's see how you deal with that.
But if we change,
and I think Thunder's right.
If we change the script, yeah, I agree with Thunder Dude. If we change the script, then we wouldn't really need, because it feels like. So I watched a freestyle rap battle, and it was pretty entertaining. And I was like, wow, this is okay. This is kind of interesting. Like one of the each of the participants, they would like get up in each other's face and just like really be imposing and just like right in their face and just trying to intimidate the shit out of the other person. And it's kind of I guess it's part of the script. Like it's part of, that's, everyone understands that this is part of the game, that you want to try to physically intimidate your opponent. And there's no sort of,
you also do it mentally.
Intellectual rules of the game like there is in hopefully in academia. But even in academia, like people, they don't follow, not everyone's a perfect logical scientist there either. We're all humans. We all have bad arguments from time to time. But yeah, just watching this rap battle, I'm like, damn, this is brutal, and it's kind of silly. At least from my perspective, it's just like, okay, well, I get it. Like it arouses these different feelings, and there's the thrill of the victory, and the person that wins is the insults. But yeah, there's a time. I guess there's
it really drives on this primal thing, doesn't it? We have this primal instinct to protect and to harm the other person. Throwing facts out that really we don't have a way to substantiate them. But we can really take over an entire argument by hitting the right insult that just crushes somebody's feelings, right?
Sure, but...
And it plays on that primal fight or flight whenever you say it. And most people, they always go towards flight. right? So if you're not the type that runs, you usually do good in those arenas, right? And that's why rap battles are very interesting to watch because it's a bunch of people that don't run from that stuff. They usually stand their ground and come back. Um,
What
you're
if you?
Drake and Kindred Lamar. That's a good example. Um, Kendrick like stood his ground. Drake kind of pulled back, and you could tell he was trying to distance himself in his responses, and kind of trying to he became defensive because he had that flight response, right? Instead of just attacking Kendra. If he had done that, he probably would have won. But instead, he became defensive, right? He got that flight response instead of that fight, and that really shows the two different mentalities there.
Yeah, but I would argue that the person that would win in all of these debates is the one that completely rises above it, ascends that framework, stands their ground, remains completely unshaken, unflappable, does not become defensive, and just sits there and just throws down incredible bars that might have nothing to do with attacking the other person, but just proves definitively with mental athleticism that they are the better person, right? So I think that you could just I think that you could completely negate all of that unnecessary, primitive, right, aggressive behavior
Well,
to try to establish dominance purely through mental mastery, skill, musical skill, all of that stuff. And I think that that person would, maybe not in all, maybe not within all audiences, right? Like that might not fly with maybe even most audiences.
majority of
Um,
yeah.
but I don't know. Like you'd have to run that experiment, right? So I mean, classically in 8 Mile, when Eminem went up against the other rapper, he just attacked himself, right? And that was the winning strategy there, because the other person didn't matter how many different insults,
But there's always an
names that.
attack. There isn't always an attack. That's kind of the that's where I think your argument falls apart. Because even in your rebuttal, it has to come with an attack in some form.
Well, the
And I'm not even talking. You have to dismantle their logic, and that's an attack in itself. So there's always going to be an attack, and part of the ad hominem it strips that power of whatever their logic is. It can if you do it right. I don't say it always does, but it can. And that's why you see it employed so much in debates. And because if it was true that ad hominems is the way to lose a battle, once you've done that, you lost. You would never see it done in a debate. But that's not how societies work, and that's not how people work.
all right. So
We got a
yeah,
we got a long message there.
yeah. Let's address this. So we
Go.
got so Epiphany Elf. Here's an ethics and overall problem-solving question pertaining to academia. You're a course director, and you have teaching assistants, and your perspective is based in white supremacy, and you have a racialized teaching assistant who has experienced.
Radicalized. It's radicalized. It's radicalized.
Well, it's racialized, but
They just-
maybe they mean radicalized. Yeah, maybe they meant to say radicalized. Who has experienced racism, oppression, and systemic harm. This radicalized TI or racialized TI has an emergency and cannot make it to the lecture in a class. The course director states that the emergency is not an emergency and states that the TA needs to be in class the next day, even though the TA is stuck and unable to be present for the next day due to the emergency. How do you solve this problem? What is the ethical response and method to manage this? What are the ethics? I'm not sure what the what does the white supremacy and the angle have to do with any of this?
I don't know. I think that you're just trying to throw something in there that's shocking, is what it comes off to me as.
That doesn't seem to be. Yeah, that doesn't seem to be an interesting aspect of this. I mean, what's the ethics? The teaching assistant. The teaching assistant has some perceived emergency from their subjective point of view that the course director is unable to understand, and they make these demands anyway. What is the ethics of this? What is the ethics of this?
Well, it's probably. I mean, from what I'm gathering, it's probably validation of the TA's point of view, and it's support and don't punish is what I would think that they're trying to lean into. But even that, it's not their job to support them. It's their job to teach and educate other people, including the TA. What you deem as an emergency may not be deemed as an emergency to the other people. So the efficacy there really would not fall in the way that most people think it should. As a society, we should support people. But nowadays, I mean, you don't tell us what the emergency is. You just say that they say it wasn't an emergency. So no, I don't. I'm sorry. I don't think that the ethics there is. We need more context because there's not enough there to really set any responsibility on either party.
Yeah.
You have to defer to the person in charge and in power, and that would be uh, the CD. And their judgment was it was not an emergency. Um, they messed up, and I would defer to them as the authority in that because you don't give us enough information there to really help us make an ethical decision.
Yeah, I'm not sure. The thought experiment, I think, is a little bit lacking in terms of information that we would even begin to have an ethical debate about, right? So if you said that the TA was, I don't know, 9 months pregnant and their water had broken, right? And the and maybe the course director, I don't know, how could we frame this to make it a real, so
It could be.
this is
Here,
this is the
let's do
art
the
of
real
good
world.
this is the art of good storytelling,
The
isn't it?
the TA's girlfriend had a nervous breakdown, and
Okay.
the TA decided that he's gonna go chase after her and help her out because maybe she had a flat tire or whatever. And the TA blew off his responsibilities. The CD says, "Well, you have responsibilities here, not and in order for you to keep your position, you need to choose your education and your job over her." Um, and I would side with him. Um, she should be able to take care of herself. And you're putting her over your job, and I don't want somebody who does that because it doesn't benefit me. As this says that this is going to become a continuous problem if you're running to her just because of a flat tire. There are other means to handle it. You did not have to do that. So I'm going to have to say you either be here next time or you're not going to be my TA anymore. It's such a vague question that it really doesn't give us anything other than they had an emergency. The emergency could be something as innocuous as she had a flat tire. His girlfriend had a flat tire. And that, to me, is not enough to jeopardize your job over. She could get a tow truck. She could have another family member come deal with it. She could deal with it herself. I don't. This is why questions like this that are so vague are hard to answer. Now, we can lean into on your end. It could have been a real emergency, and then the CD would be in the wrong. She could be having a baby, and okay, or their TA could be having a baby. Then I would say, yeah, they're maybe out of line there. We have laws in place to protect people that are in those situations. You can't dismiss them for something that doesn't fall under the law. If it does fall under the law, and something like that is protected under the law, so I would have to side with the TA on that. So it's really a balancing act.
So
So
Epiphany Elf says it is it is a practical research course, and the students are learning from this perspective. And the lecture targets and harms those who are racialized. Racialized? I'm not sure what does that mean, racialized? What do you mean racialized?
And drug addiction,
Drug
I would
addicted
not
family member,
consider.
police involved, so the TA had to be there for that emergency, which could have lasted
Well,
hours. Um,
well, I would say no. They
maybe
didn't
that,
have to be. I would argue. They wouldn't.
can we just say, clowns,
I,
that.
I
Okay, hold on a second. Hold on. Calm down.
yeah.
Let's back up for a second and just. I mean, any thought experiment that we do in any real world situation. I mean, people are always looking for easy answers. They're looking for a framework, a rule set that applies generally over many different various situations. And the whole field of ethics seems to me like maybe the wrong framework for like improving humanity, because it tries to overgeneralize, right? It tries to have like a narrow set of definitions and systems that handle any number of different situations, where to me it seems like every situation is requires full focus, every situation is unique, and the ethical decision is the one that leads to the best results for that particular instance. So trying to make ethics an entire discipline seems like maybe that's not the.
A losing battle.
I don't know,
It's a
man.
losing battle.
Like I don't see the utility in actually studying ethics. Does that make sense?
Well, I see a utility in it. It's taught. We have to teach this shit to our kids. It's a more simplified version, and I think that's the one that helps society
Yeah,
probably the most.
yeah.
I think level ethics. I agree with you. I think it's kind of pointless, and I don't see the usefulness in it. I like take their drug addict. My son was a drug addict, and he eventually lost his life to that. Um, I would still argue on the end of the CD in that instance, because um, that addiction, although it's horrible and it's hard to deal with, it's still the responsibility lies on the person with the drug addiction, not on you. And if you weren't involved in it, then uh, why do you have to be involved? And if the police are involved, then I start questioning why did the police have to have you involved in it? Were you with them when they were buying drugs? Were you using? I would start making those questions, and it would still fall back on the CD making a judgment call that that's not a valid reason to do that.
Thunderdude says, I think debates around race, gender, and sexual identity often undermine their own causes because they shift focus away from class struggle. Instead of challenging economic hierarchies, they can end up scapegoating the lower classes while absolving or even uplifting higher classes. Thunderdude, I would probably agree with that. I think a lot of social issues that people kind of get caught up in undermine their own, yeah, undermine their own causes, because what you really want, and the source of people's economic hardships and burdens is not primarily due to all of these or these different stereotypes and like I guess horizontal friction. It's more of hierarchical. It's more friction that's coming from different layers. And when they focus on fighting each other at sort of the same layer, they usually don't see improvements to their life, right? So yeah, I think issues about race, gender, all of these hot button social issues, I think that's like a red herring. That all be better off if we just kind of stopped focusing on those things and really thought more deeply about what is the source of people's hardships, and yeah, how do we improve social standing and improve their lived experience. And yeah, well, clowns, what do you think?
Um, man, like when you start talking ethics, the simplistic version of ethics I think works well for society, and I don't think that there's real ground to be gained when you start diving deep into it. I think most people have a sense for what's good and what's bad for society, and that's what we teach our kids as they're growing up. The general ethics of being a citizen in a society. When you start diving into the more complex issues, I think you kind of get lost in the weeds a lot of the time. And pulling back and looking at it from a more simplistic point of view, like you do as a child, I think has more merit than
Yeah.
some of the people that are arguing over issue over another. Like the question that was posed to us, it's such a complex issue without really any substance there. You can make a generalized ethical reasoning behind it that um, you want them to be supportive and this, but support it, it's so general that everything can fall under that, and then everything gets deemed as an emergency, even though it isn't. Then you start shifting responsibility and accountability, and that's stuff that we teach our kids is you need to be responsible and accountable. So when you start diving deep into these ethical concerns, you start shifting the responsibility and the accountability of a lot of the things that people do. And I think that's where we're at now in society. There's so many people using it to shift responsibility, shift accountability, that it causes more harm than good. So yeah, I don't see much need for ethics at the higher levels when honestly, majority of people only know the basic level of ethics and how it affects them and the people they're around. And I think that for the most part, is where we should be focusing, not on these real grand, like vague ass statements that, well, see, you should be supportive.
All right,
Well,
all right. Let me cut in
should
here. Let me cut in here real quick.
Yeah, I'm rambling now. Go ahead.
So it strikes me as that we don't really need to. I don't think morality is like an academic thing that we need people to learn from an academic level through books and lectures and thought experiments. I think morality is kind of built into us, sort of already, right? We have this sort of biological morality as a social species. And most people know how to reciprocate. Most people know when someone else is in pain. Most people can, see other people, and they feel bad when they see other people going through hardships. And so it's like morality comes at a biological level. And I don't think you need to have a discipline. I don't think you need to teach people that. I think that people become more moral and ethical once they, just as a natural process of going through life and experiencing different social situations and seeing how to maximize the outcomes of all those things. So, ethics as this study of, well, how do we instantiate a code? How do we teach people an ethical code? I don't think that we actually need to do that. Right? I think that we need to give people the resources and the ability to learn, right? Hands-on learning.
Well, empathy. I would say empathy doesn't come from a biological. I would say empathy comes from experience. You really don't understand, like, something that you learn as a parent is like when you try to teach your kids not to hit other kids. The best way to teach them not to do that is to let them get hit by another kid. If they're beating up on kids, you let another kid hit your fucking kid, and they'll be like, "Oh shit, that hurts. Maybe I shouldn't do that to other people." They start realizing how it affects them, and they don't want it to affect other people the same way it's affecting them. So it kind of drives empathy that way. So I don't think it's a biological thing. I think it's a learned skill. Honestly, is what I think. And that's just from raising 6 kids. You kind of learn that shit over time.
Dance says, justice demands a study of morality. Otherwise, judgment would follow the lex talionis. What is lex talionis, Dance? Explain that to me. Justice demands a study of morality. Yeah, I guess in if we do exist, like assuming as we, I guess we must, that we live in a society that has a justice system, that has a book of rules that assigns punishments, right, or guidelines to punishments, how people ought to act, whether or not they can steal, whether or not they need all this stuff. Um, I guess if the goal is to create such a book of rules, then you would want to study morality. You would want to study past rule sets and ask whether or not those rule sets led to good outcomes. But I don't think that, at a personal level, I don't think that morality comes from that top down sort of understanding, right? I think that morality and ethics.
I think morality comes from experience.
Yeah, exactly. I think that it's built in. It's learned over time. It's deeply informed by our biology, right? By
By empathy.
by things like oxytocin, right? So you've got these different molecules that make you feel connected to, your children and other people, and if you take ecstasy, right, and go to a rave, you can look at everyone around you and feel like you just love them as individuals. You can completely empathize with them, and you want nothing but the best for them. And so biology definitely is kind of a foundation for morality. But then we've got this brain, which is programmable, and it goes and it experiences a lot of different stuff. And over time, we start to have and become more and more ethical beings as we learn and grow. Hopefully.
So I'll give you this argument. Why is murder considered bad?
Why is murder considered bad?
Yeah. Can you answer that?
I think because, well, on a biological level, it's just not something that we're motivated to do. We recoil to the very idea of, I don't know, killing,
why?
At least conspecifics.
Why?
At least conspecifics. Why?
Okay.
So
Yeah,
you could give a number of evolutionary sort of stories about this, right? That, well, social species, we don't really have fangs, we don't have claws, we don't have thick armor or scales. So humans, the only way that we could adapt and survive is at a group level, where we relied on conspecifics to engage in a hunt or go out and gather and child rear and that kind of thing. So it was just not very adaptive for us to develop motivations to actually kill each other.
If you look at other species, they don't really engage in it either unless it's an extreme situation. Humans are just like other animals, right? We pretty much kill at the same rate, kill our own species at the same rate as other species, right? Killing our own species, the reason we consider it immoral is because, for one, it can affect us personally. If somebody tries to kill us, that's not good for us as an individual. To allow it to happen to other members in our species now endangers you too, because somebody could come after you now. So there's this hierarchy that gets put into place amongst most species, right? In which it's not good to be killing off every single person that's in your sphere. It's just not healthy for a society, whether it's humans, bears, even crabs. It doesn't matter. It's not healthy to be killing off your own kind. So it's more about the protecting the genetics evolutionary and keeping the species going, not just the individual going. I think it has two effects. It keeps you going, but it also keeps the rest of your species going.
So you're saying just from a gene's eye point of view, it makes more sense to, if your goal is to just propagate genes, then
Or not.
those of you
Or
are
not.
okay.
It's also personal safety, right?
Dance Thunder Dude says, "Is the bear immoral when it smacks a person's head off?" I've never seen a bear smack a person's head off. If I did,
Oh, you need to go. You need to go to YouTube.
if I did, would I judge that bear immoral? Yeah, probably not. It's a bear. Dance says murder is bad because the state has the monopoly on lethal force. So again, Dance is defining it legally. This isn't evolutionary. This is social adaptation. If you tolerate extrajudicial killing, people will abuse it. Like they abuse all things tolerated by the law, this results in social instability, which creates further problems with cycles of revenge. See, this is where I don't know if I haven't totally made up my mind, but I think that I softly disagree with Dance on this. I don't really think that the justice system itself and sort of the Leviathan is necessary to impose top-down sense of justice and rules. I think that's a false narrative, to be honest. Like I don't think that, like, before you had the Leviathan, you didn't have groups of people that went around willy-nilly just practicing murder, right? Just for fun. It's just look at the distribution of human sort of traits.
Wait. We do that. That's most wars are just that. Genghis Khan was
Yeah, but
a big component of that.
Yeah, I mean, that's individuals, right? That's single
Well,
individuals.
no, that's an entire.
That's the exception.
Mongolian way.
Okay, hold on. You're pointing out exceptions to the rule, right? You're pointing out exceptions to the rule. You're saying, look, there's Genghis Khan and there's Hitler and there's all of these things, and those are these big fucking things that you can point to and be like, you see? But those people were very rare exceptions. We have very few people like Hitler and Genghis Khan that we point to because they are the exception to the rule. They are not the norm, right? And that's like, those individuals are very far off on the distribution bell curves of all traits. And so, yes, while we have these rare, black swan events of these psychopaths that gain a lot of power and convince huge populations to engage in genocide and stuff, like that's not what is underlying the human species, right? It's not like that is
Well,
like humans.
we have these. Hold on. Let me take a stab at this. For one, those are examples. I'd say every government that's ever existed has engaged in some kind of murder by the population, whether English Empire, Roman Empire,
Yeah.
Russian Empire, China, Korea, America. We've all it's so to sit there and say it's not inherent.
No.
I would disagree.
No.
I think that
Hold on.
the extremes are like Hitler, and
Okay.
what the hell is the Russian leader who did that shit? I can't think of his name right now. Those are extreme versions that we can say that they went too far. We say they went too far. That's why we despise them. But every leader does that. They just don't go as far as they did.
So let's talk about the difference between individuals murdering people and nations murdering people, because these two things are very different, right? So we see that nations have this proclivity or this penchant to go out and start wars and murder people, right? It's much easier for a nation to go out and take over another village, right? Bomb a neighboring country to take their resources. So I think that actually helps my overall argument, which is that these leviathans, these nation states, actually are less moral.
Stalin, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Maddie.
Wait, are you agreeing with me or are you agreeing with someone else?
Maddie, Stalin. I was trying to think of the name, and Maddie said it. Sorry, go on.
Stalin. Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay, so yeah, let's talk about. So these leviathans. The only reason that nations, I feel like, have the ability to kill and murder indiscriminately is because we've kind of there's this lack of responsibility or distance that we've created between the individuals that are making decisions and the people on the ground that actually have to actually have to go through with killing people, right? So I mean, there's great books that you can read about how soldiers in World War I and in the trench war during trench warfare and stuff, they didn't want to kill the other enemy. Like it's very difficult to program a soldier to kill people indiscriminately. There's certain individuals that are fine with it, right? You call them sociopaths, psychopaths. But the majority of soldiers, they don't want to take another person's life. So there's this deeply biologically embedded sense that we don't want to take each other's lives. And it's only with the system, these leviathans or these nation states, where you've got leaders in a position where they're so far detached, they're so far away from the actual battlefield that they can snap their fingers and say, yeah, this is what must be done. We need to get resources. It's those people making decisions that are so far removed from the actual reality on the ground that allows things like large-scale murder to take place. And you've got...
I disagree. I disagree with you on this one.
How so?
I don't think it's inherent that people don't want to do it. I think that they were so disconnected from, like, America was going over to the UK. Most Americans didn't know the people that were fighting. Okay? So, yeah, there was this, they didn't want to really do it because they didn't know anything about the people they were fighting. Okay? But I guarantee you, it had been, like, they had a lot of contact with Germans. The sentiment might have been different because the more they learned about their viewpoints, the more over time we've gone, yeah, fuck Nazis, fuck Germany. That's just normally our response as a people. Empathy is not something that we're very good at. We say that now about Germany, but Americans do a lot of the same things that they were doing and still do to this day, but we don't sit down and criticize ourselves on it. If we did, we'd have a much different stance on it. We'd be like, well, every government does it. And that's actually should be most people's stances on it. Every government does do it. Should we punish an entire nation for it is the real question. Even America's done it. So I don't think it's an inherent thing. I need to go find cigarettes. Give me 1 second.
So Dance says, I understand your disconnect. You're American. Around the rest of the world, blood feuds have fueled divide and violence since the dawn of time, and trusting the state with the monopoly of violence. This is how many ended the endless cycles of bloodshed. This is just...
I agree with Dan.
Well, this is just... I mean, you're just looking back and you're saying these sort of systems were a necessary sort of outcome or inevitable in some sense to protect large groups of people from just dissolving into bloody feuds, and because we're all tribal we have more tribal instincts.
Yep.
This is founded on a deep belief that our nature is purely or mostly aggressive and selfish, right? This is the Hobbesian view. This is just one small aspect of society that seems to dominate large empires. And I think that aspect it's pathological at the level of the nation state, right? But it's not something that's fundamentally built inside of us. We are descended from, certain groups of primates that have no such um, no such tendencies for intertribal violence. I mean, we've got chimps and bonobos, right? So these are two pretty extreme. Chimps, on one hand, are largely hierarchical. They do engage in, killing conspecifics every once in a while. And bonobos are just like a bunch of hippies in communes that are all about love and staring deeply into one another's eyes and grooming each other all day. And so we are some combination. We are some combination of both of these two sort of capabilities. And so it's not like either one of them is inevitable, but it's when that, the more instinctual, primitive, greedy, selfish one, when that starts to dominate and becomes instantiated in a culture where those things, when you point out, such and such nations are bad or evil. Let me think about this a little bit more. I know I'm not kind of...
While you're thinking about it, can I respond to Dance?
Sure.
So Dance said, morality is neither... Or wait, that's not Dance, sorry. I understand your disconnect. You're American around the rest of the world. Blood feuds have fueled divide and violence since the dawn of time. Entrusting the state with the monopoly of violence is how many ended the endless cycle of bloodshed. They were small wars over buckets and heresy. Yes and no. I think that most governments actually, up until I'd say the last 100 years, they may have had a monopoly on it, but it wasn't an overwhelming monopoly. The government knew when to step in and when not to. And if it went too far, the government would step in. But up until recent years, like, most governments didn't, like, overly rule the people. Because if you did that, it basically ends like Rome did. Or like any big empire. When they become too controlling and allowing certain things to happen, and they take away a bunch of rights but give you a bunch of different rights socially, it starts making the empire kind of collapse. And we kind of saw that with the Roman Empire. We saw that with even the UK has had issues with it. They've almost collapsed because of that. Russia, same issues. So there's this fine line that you kind of have to balance as a society. And if you try to do all of it, you get a bunch of weak men that cower behind a certain status of men, and then you're no longer able to defend your empire. If you go to the other extent, then you have a bunch of people that are running around killing and raping each other, and that's not good either. So there has to be this balance dance, and we see societies trying to manage that. Well, right now, we're not doing a very good job on it. We have a bunch of men that are, look at the last two generations are a bunch of weak men because they don't have any difficulties and no real need to handle anything on their own. They just call the government. So we get a bunch of men who don't know how to fight, that don't know how to take care of other people. They're losing empathy. Each generation is becoming more and more empathetic. And we see that when it comes to the other gender, too. So there's this balance that has to be struck. And right now, I think that the U.S. is actually tilting the wrong way. And that's going to eventually bite us in the ass. Yeah, exactly. And now we have way too much micromanaging of our government. What do you think, Roy?
There was a lot there, so I'm not sure what to respond to.
Yeah, but the thing is, that will eventually have to collapse. The first time a war breaks out, a massive war, that will completely collapse because most of the men that are soft times breed soft men, hard times breed hard men. And we've had so many generations at this point that have lived through nothing but softness. And when the first war breaks out, you're going to see a collapse, and that's going to be the end of that monopoly. and a new monopoly will come up in place, and it'll be more balanced. It's what always ends up happening. They turn back some of the power back over to the people to handle it themselves because it's just better for society.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. There's a balance, ebb and flow, right? There's back and forth. There's the life cycle. Um,
So
so
then you can
let's
take like the
well
extreme. Look at
let's go back.
Spark.
Let's go back though to, because the Hobbesian idea, the need of this Leviathan, this need for the monopoly of violence to save. It was basically, the argument was, look at how warring, look at how selfish, look at how greedy, look at how evil, essentially, that the heart of man is inherently evil, and you need a Leviathan to impose these rules from the top down in order to make sure that people don't kill each other and rip each other apart, right? Like that view, I think, is fundamentally flawed. And even though we do have these large nation states right now, it doesn't necessarily mean that they were necessary for communities of people, right? And they might not even have been good. I mean, they might be necessary given like the state of technology and the different sort of, because there's an arms race for resources, and so we have the rise of the nation states. I mean, all of that probably somehow synergized to create the thing that actually came about. But people tell stories about how it had to be this way because people are, at their core, right, kind of evil or just greedy and selfish, and so you need the nation state to coordinate them and impose all these rules. I think that narrative is false, right? Like, at our core, we are just a mixed bag of different things, different instincts. Yes, we're selfish, but we're also altruistic. And it depends on, the environment, the scripts, the beliefs that you have, how close you feel to the people around you, whether or not there's a shared identity. So, like, we don't necessarily need a Leviathan, I don't think. I think nation states are dying. I think they're dying. I think that will be replaced by networks.
I don't know about that.
Thunderdude says, I predict decentralized countries based on ideology rather than ethnicity. Yeah, decentralized virtual networks is where it will start.
Well, most Eastern, it's about a shared genealogy and a religious belief. And I hate to say this, but they are the majority in the world. Um, China, Muslim countries, the Middle East, they actually outnumber us by a big margin. And that's to sit there and say that it's going to be decentralized, they literally will fight against that because they don't want that. And they outnumber everybody. We may have them on technology, but they got us on sheer numbers, and it's going to be a problem at some point.
I don't know. We have to assume that even other cultures, like our culture here in America, is pretty mixed bag, right? We have overall sort of tendencies towards consumerism and belief in certain ideals, but I mean, we're just a grab bag, just a big giant pumpkin full of a bunch of different kind of candy, and we're still in a state of flux as a country. So we have to imagine that other countries that we know even less about, they're probably in a similar state of flux because we're all kind of growing up together. We're all, um, you know, seeing things change faster and faster, and we're all trying to figure out how to deal with that change. So I imagine that cultures will be evolving everywhere, and there's not going to be any place in the earth where there's this holding on, grasping like to old cultural values. I think everyone's going to have to adapt equally. So
That's just not how it works, though. I mean, if we look at history itself, it says quite differently. Um, and if you even look around the world right now, it's nowhere near what you're saying.
what do you
So,
what do you
yeah,
what are you talking about? We're always in a state of flux. We're always in a state of
well, we're
flux.
always in a state of flux, but
Culture is
it doesn't mean
constantly
that.
culture is constantly, again, this goes back to the whole idea of
Hold on. As soon as you
definitions,
say culture is
right?
fluctuating, you can look at like the Middle East. You can look at China. Technology has changed, and yeah, but the people are pretty much still the same. They still have the same belief systems. They still do.
No, 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 no.
The culture is still
Okay, let's make a distinction here. So there's still
okay.
these things called Christianity, Islam, right? There's these labels of religions that people identify with. But if you go and you get a camera, or you're a fly on a wall, and you infiltrate and you observe all of these people that are so-called practicing this type of religion, and you compare it with different generations that were also practicing that same religion, you will find that their actions are more a product of their environments rather than this sort of, this blanket idealism, right? So even people that claim to be practicing Christianity today, their ideas are much, much different than Christians a generation ago or two generations ago. So that means even though the thing that we call it is still Christianity, the way it's instantiated in people's heads and beliefs is constantly changing, being revised, and it's, the only change in law itself, the only constant in
Yeah.
nature is change.
Hold on.
So
That change runs in loops. That's kind of the problem. Hey, Joe. They run in loops. They run in loops, Roy. Although it may change, it's a cycle that keeps coming back and forth. It's like it's a cycle. It's a pendulum that swings left and right. You have extremes at both ends, and cultures tend to follow the same path time and time again, one extreme to the other, just back and forth constantly.
yeah, but there's
But it's the
also
same cycle.
yeah, but there's also, so it's not a stable cycle, right? What it is, it's more of there's a funnel.
Well, I didn't say it was stable.
So
I
right,
didn't say it was stable.
so you think about the pendulum. Maybe it's more like a funnel, right? It's a candle. And I was thinking about water dynamics, and funnels, and you get this
I want
cool effect where you get these funnels that create like a double helical structure in the center, and it's kind of, I don't know, it's kind of a cool metaphor to think about just life and water. Maybe it works for like the back and forth, right? So a simple pendulum is just back and forth like this, and a lot of us see the give and take, or the dialectic between far right and far left politics, conservative, liberal, as just this pendulum, right? But what if we think about that
Yep.
back and forth motion as more of a funnel, right? Where the two extremes you're actually seeing, if you take that concept and you make it 3D, it's actually a cycle, but that cycle is not staying stable, it's moving, right? And the cycle is moving closer and closer over time, right? So those pendulum swings become less and less extreme over time, and you kind of get this You get this kind of
Well,
averaging.
that's not what we. I don't know if that they become less. That's just not what human history has taught us. It they're always it always swings to one extreme to the next, and you see that through almost every culture. They they go from very strict to very lax, very strict to very what every society goes through. And when it hits the strict, usually the entire culture completely falls apart. Also, if you go to the other extreme and it becomes very lax, it also falls apart. So
Mm.
and we have these cycles that reshuffle everything, but it always pushes in the same direction, back the other way.
So maybe I'm thinking
You
about.
can put it on, you can put it on a cone, but I would say that if you put it in a cone, it's how fast that change happens is the environment around them and how much swirling and whether somebody is pushing in one direction or another.
So let's think about. So let's think about this as different. So maybe the cone doesn't work for, or maybe the cone is limited with if you just try to analyze some large group of people, right? So say the culture, um, nations. So you're saying that human history, so the history of civilizations doesn't normally show this moderating effect. It swings between two opposite extremes until it falls apart. Is that basically your argument?
Eventually, yeah. I mean that's what we see in history. Sometimes that extreme might not be that much, so the culture can stay around a lot longer. But as that pendulum uh, gets more and more movement, and if one side goes too far to the left, then it starts making the entire culture go out of control. Eventually, it collapses because you have one extreme to the next, and cultures can't change that fast, and eventually you get that collapse. When cultures change too much over a short period of time, you that's when we see shit collapse. Like that's what happened with Rome. You had one extreme to another, and it happened every every 10 years for the last 110 years, and it started pushing to the extremes on the left and right, and their culture collapsed. It's why sexuality, prostitution is an indicator for us that a society is on the verge of collapsing. Promiscuity is another indication on how readily sex is available to a society. Those are all indicators, but also like finances are also indicators too on how much money a government's taking in, how many resources it has. Those are all indicators, and those can speed up the swing. It can make them more extreme. But for the most part, these are all just indicators to us that we look at and see what's going on in a country, whether they're healthy or not. And right now, America is one of those countries, and we've been going left and right so far over the last 100 and something years. Everybody's predicting that the U.S. is going to collapse because of how vast the swings are. You can look at the last two elections and see how vast how the swings have been so extreme.
Well, let's actually let's think about this though, because so
Right?
people's perception of the difference between the views of actually people on the left and the right. People's perception is uncoupled, or it no longer correlates with the actual views of people now, right? And it's because of social media and things like that. So what we see is if you actually do polling for people's views, right, most people are fairly centrist. And even people that would call themselves staunchly in the conservative camp and staunchly in the liberal camp, they're actually very, very closely, like if you take the two bell curves, they're only shifted by a tiny bit, right? However, if you poll people and ask them how far apart do you think these two people are, that's when you see the two like distributions that are totally desynchronized. So it's not that. So I don't think that we're actually as polarized as we think that we are. It's just
Oh, absolutely.
that's what gets amplified, and that's and that's it's easy for politicians and demagogues to take advantage of us and spin this as, the other party is the reason why your life sucks right now. So it's like,
Actually, what I would argue is the extremes have become more extreme, and that's what we're seeing. I agree. Most people are in the middle, and they're not that far apart. The left and right, for the most part, are not that far apart. It's the extremes on the left and the right have gotten so far apart from each other, and that actually becomes dangerous for a society because I mean, now they want to kill each other at this point. It's not even a slight disagreement. It's just they can fundamentally not agree on anything, and that's where it becomes dangerous. And uh, we see most of us are trying to balance it, and you have the left who's going way too far, the right who's going way too far, and no us that are stuck in the middle. We don't know which way to go because either way we go, we're going to be pushing far to the right or far to the left, and it's making the pendulum swing faster and faster. And that's what I'm talking about. I agree that most people are in the middle on the bell curve. It's the extremes that have gotten further and further away from each other.
yeah. By the way, Joe, I just wanted to bring Joe into the conversation. I don't know if you're just listening in,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
or if you want to,
Yeah, yeah.
because you know a lot. Joe is a student of history, so he knows a lot about all kinds of different civilizations, and he's probably got something that something that he wants to talk about. We touched on Rome. We talked about the collapse of nations. We talked about red flags for or kind of markers when civilizations tend to collapse. So I don't know if you want to touch on any of that.
Well, I
Psych.
wouldn't say I'm an expert.
Oh, real quick, just want to
I
welcome
wouldn't say
Psyched for Games. My dissertation was on misinformation. Social media created echo chambers for polarization. Perfect take. Oh, cool. Psyched for Games. Welcome to the stream. Welcome here. My name's Roy. I've got a
welcome.
background in cognitive science, and I spent a lot of time trying to use social media to, for academic outreach and teaching people about cognitive biases and stuff like that. And I encountered all the problems with social media very early on. So I think it's a good thing to study and understand. So welcome. All right, Joe, what do you got for us?
You should introduce Joe real quick, and then introduce me. And welcome to the stream, by the way.
So I've got
Welcome.
I got two good friends on the stream right now. My buddy Joe and my buddy Clowns, and they both got a number of feathers in their caps. Clowns is among the most exceptional musicians that I've ever had the pleasure of listening to, and he's also got a PhD in physics. So he's got a lot of skills. And Joe went to UC Berkeley with me, and so he studied cognitive science and computer science. He became a software engineer. He deals with AI right now, and he's a student of history and basically a Renaissance man. So both great people to talk to.
So they're cognitive psychologists.
Yeah, that's
There
awesome.
you go.
That's awesome. Yeah, welcome to the stream. All right, Joe. Sorry.
Go knock yourself out, Joe. I'll shut up.
No problem. I'm first of all, I wouldn't say that I'm any more of an expert on history than anybody else. But the thing about these empires and their cycles, the cycles they go through, and they collapse, is that if you do study empires, particularly, then you're gonna be able to predict its collapse, although you can't do anything about it. And it's kind of like somebody with cancer, right? A normal person seeing that person with cancer will not realize that person has cancer. And it takes what do you call it? Is it radiologist or the name of the, the type of doctor. Anyways,
Yeah.
it takes a specialist to be able to see that this person has cancer. And I mean, these predictions, like that's all the things that's happening today. The people that study this area have made this prediction, decades and decades and decades ago. Um, and it's just like cancer. By the time um, you
Time
see
you
the
can
signs,
the side effects. It's
it's
already
too
way
late.
too late. Yeah. It's already
Yeah, it's
metastasized
way
and
too late.
yeah.
Yep. It's
There are
just like
ways.
cancer, right? Like when by the time you actually see the signs, it's over. The doctors, same thing. Sorry. Yeah, this is because most people wouldn't go get checked out, in like stage 1 or stage 2 cancer. They wait until like 3, 4,
Where they can
and
they
by the
can
time they get
see
to
or
the
feel the
doctor,
tumors. Yeah.
The thing
you know.
is I think that you can slow it down. I think you can prevent it, but it takes a extreme amount of effort to do, and it takes a balancing of a country to make that happen. Um, we've seen, if you do study history, you'll see that there are countries that have literally been on the verge of collapse, and power will shift, and they'll stop that collapse, um, and their country will survive it very well. It'll be this sudden shift where somebody realizes that okay, maybe we're going too far. Um, so I think that it can be prevented. Um, just like cancer, I mean, you can actually survive it fairly easily, even in the late stages. Uh, it, it's the amount of effort people are willing to put into it, and if everybody's at that point of where they just don't think it's worth it, it's going to collapse. But if there's an invested interest for the entire group to get it to stabilize and not collapse, I think that it is preventable. Even at the late stages of it, it can be. We can stop it from happening.
Yeah.
I mean, just as I'm just
Well,
using cancer as an analogy. Yes, there are cases where you can survive cancer. I'm talking about terminal cancer that people generally don't do
Well,
that. I mean,
I'm
it's
talking
just
about.
an analogy.
I was using a government as an example. Russia's been on the verge of collapsing dozens and dozens of times over the last what 300-400 years, and they've always managed to crawl their asses out. Now it's not USSR anymore, uh, but it's still the same country. They're still doing the same things. They just had a
Right.
shift. So I think that they can be saved, but it takes a lot of effort.
yeah.
Well,
So
I mean, that's the thing. Russia behaves much more like Eastern empires than they do Western.
Yeah, now, but in the 80s and 90s, that definitely was not the case. Until they
Yeah.
collapsed, that definitely was not the case.
all right. Let me have you
It's
guys.
Russia's history.
Plant a
Go
flag
ahead.
in this conversation. We've got someone in chat that's has a comment. ASE Magpie, ASI Magpie, finds the whole two-party system of the U.S. very dangerous compared to the multi-party system you find in many European countries, where many parties have to work together to form a majority. As with two parties, it lends itself to us and them.
Mm,
You're either with me or against
yep.
me, and such thinking. I recently read the book It Can't Happen Here by Sinclair Lewis in 1935, and it was a scary read. Welcome to the String
Yeah,
Magpie.
totally share his view.
Yeah, it's definitely this two-party system is very scary.
Totally share his view back then.
Um,
Yeah, I mean,
I've never
the
read that book.
parliamentary system.
Go ahead.
No, it's just the parliamentary system. They have representative democracy. Sorry, they have proportional representation. We have winner takes all, and it does lends itself to just two big parties, and that does increase the risk of civil war.
Well,
As a matter of fact, I would say that it's inevitable.
I'm going to put it this way. You want to point to the UK or Europe. Um,
Sure.
we had Brexit that took over a decade to happen. the countries are pulling back on each other and not wanting to be part of that system that you're talking about. So as much as you want to glorify it, it's definitely not as um, structured as you say it is. It has its own inherent flaws and problems and issues that have been apparent to anybody that actually has been over to the UK, have been over to Europe. Um, as much as you like to say that, oh, it's a multi, it's really not. It's still the same parties. They just have different labels. They, you still have the same problem as the U.S. And I've spent a lot of time over in the UK, and I've spent a lot of time around Europe, Germany, um, I, France. Like they have the same issues we have. Actually, they have more extreme versions of that. Look at France, for example. They just had uh, a partial system collapse because of it. So to sit there and say that it won't happen there, it's ridiculous. Every system has its inherent flaws and problems, and uh, if you're paying attention, you'll see them and see system collapse on over time. And sometimes it's fast, sometimes it's slow.
Yeah, if you look at history, if you like looking at history, um, Europe reminds me a lot of like feudal China, where you have a bunch of smaller countries all vying for power. Because most people don't realize this, that China used to be kind of like Europe. Just most of its history, it was never one single, you get the occasional rise of one dominant dynasty, but for most of the time, it was just a bunch of kingdoms all over the place, with certain ones even moving on to, um, more niche type of political structures. Um, but I think that's where Europe probably will head then, right? Or else they're going to end up being um, kind of bickering forever.
Well, that's all they're
That's
doing
what
right now. The UN is all about. I mean, it's just a bunch of people bickering over and collecting money from
yeah.
all the countries, and
They've
nothing
they've
ever
made
gets
some
solved.
they've made some progress though, right? Well, with the EU, but then they're having some serious issues, and I think the EU will probably either really roll over or
Well,
it has
EU's
to
struggling right now because England stepped away, right, and a lot of the
yeah,
finances coming from them. So when they pushed back and left, it caused this really big financial crisis amongst them, and
yeah.
it's hurting a lot of the countries over there. But it's not really the UK's issue. Uh, they just decided they weren't going to be funding that crap anymore. And I think the U.S. needs to honestly do that with the UN and uh, a couple of the other big consortiums out there that are trying to become the monopoly of force in the world. And we need to
But
step away from that.
but talk about the U.S. We used to be similar situation. We had a more loosely confederation of states, right? Where
Hmm.
the states were acting very much like independent countries, and it took a freaking civil war to
Yep.
unify, quote unquote, right? The Union won. Um, that means the same thing happened in China, for example. I mean, even in Japan, they had, the Shogun eras where they were just slaughtering each other, man. And eventually the dominant ruler united everyone. That might
Yeah.
have to happen. I mean, I hope it doesn't happen in Europe because we're in a new era and we got the technology and maybe everybody can just get on the blockchain and then nobody has to, you know, fight actual physical wars.
So,
But it just seems if you look at history, if you don't have a sort of a dominant force beating everybody over the head, then people just stay fragmented and start bickering, right? I mean, all empires start off like that, right? They had to unite a bunch of smaller factions
Yep.
through conquering them. It's just the question is now that we're in such a high tech era, are we going to see this again, right? Or is it going to be done through a different, less violent mechanism?
Well, what I think is happening now, and
hold on.
is
Wait,
that
hold
people
on,
are
hold on.
realizing that.
Hold on a second. Let me bring chat back into this, guys. So plant a flag there. Gather your thoughts. Clowns. Let me bring a couple new ideas into this. So, Psych for Games says, I've told my students when asking about our society, great change rarely comes without tragic sacrifice. How much are we willing to sacrifice? Takes. So that's one idea.
That's a
what
good
kinds
point.
of sacrifices is it gonna take for us to see real change in the world? ASI Magpie
Mm.
says, I can't imagine the future of Russia once Putin dies. There's no, at the moment, clear inheritor. So that's kind of a interesting thought. What happens to
Mm.
Russia once Putin is no longer there? Dance says there will never be a civil war in the U.S. as long as big businesses can starve the entire country by stopping deliveries for a week. The oligarchs will elect one. Oh, it's in response to Russia. Um, Dance says the EU issues are theological. Not everyone is on board with changing their constitutions and abiding by the laws of more liberal members who have most of the power, mostly France and Germany. At Clowns, former Soviet countries are fine with Schengen for business, but we have very different ideas
Yeah, I
about
know.
how much power the citizen state should wield within its borders. All right, so let's start with Psych for Games. Um, what will it take? What is the great sacrifice that needs to be made in order to see change in this era? What kinds of sacrifices are we capable of making as individuals?
Well, one
Safety
thing we
should be
can look at is
a priority. Would be my
we can
anything that
we we can look at history and see what people how extreme people will go. Some of the most some of the strangest things um that occurred. You wouldn't think, you just couldn't. You wouldn't be able to come up with it like out of thin air, right? I mean, it's just so shockingly strange.
Do you have a specific example in mind?
You can call it sacrifice. Well, let's take during the Shogun Wars in Japan. Um, they could not even sustain a population because they just slaughtered each other so bad. So they would send women into the mainland just to get pregnant. The mainland is like the current area we call China today. I mean, they'll do extreme things, man. They'll come up with extreme tactics,
yep. Dilute your genetics. Stay alive. Yep.
and we're starting to see some of that weird stuff in the U.S. right, with like assassinations and uh, cover-ups and um,
Yeah,
but
but the
yeah, I
problem.
mean, it's hard to predict these things. You'll see though, they'll start. They will do things to keep their current um, power.
How about how about in terms of a population being willing to sacrifice a lot of stuff? So what examples in history do we see where whole populations are willing to forego, I don't know, some measure of comfort or safety in service of a bigger cause? I mean, we had,
Not willingly, zero.
yeah, it's
There's
usually
not
force.
a
Yeah,
single instance in history. Right, it's only force, and what that leads is to revolts and uprisings.
yeah,
There's never been a single point in history where you had um, the common population deciding to give up even more just for the better of quote the society. It just doesn't happen.
yeah,
People are unfortunately people will behave according to you know their own survival, right? I mean,
yeah,
you'd be lucky if like neighbors don't start shooting each other, let alone sacrifice for each other. It's not going to happen. Never been a single instance in history, man. I mean, look, no, the problem is sacrificing for who,
yeah,
right? You don't even like, people don't even like each other. It's usually, there's like class warfare and various things. It's strange. It has to do with what they're conscious of. At some point, the peasant population becomes conscious of the differences in class. Okay, at some point, and this is why, a lot of people point out to, oh, once we all become atheists or what, that's like a bad sign for society. But the reason is all societies go through that because religion is used as a way to brainwash people into being happy in the positions as, you know, second, third, fourth, fifth class citizens, right?
Yep.
But then at some point in time, the population becomes educated enough, they don't believe in that hocus pocus anymore, so they revolt. That just has to happen, or else you're gonna have like these forever immortal kings and their families ruling forever.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't live in like this pretty angelic democracy like we like to present ourselves out, and try and sprinkle that stuff around the world. We don't. We still live in pretty much a monarchy. You can call it anything you want, oligarchy, you know, um, corporate mercantilism, whatever you want to call it, but it's still the same structure. There are people at the bottom having to, have most of the bread they baked um, get siphoned up into the top, man. That's just a fact.
Yeah. So so it's not like people go out and make sacrifices willingly. It's usually necessity is the mother of invention. So people will sacrifice when they have to, but we're not all gonna just wake up one day and be like, I'm not gonna be a consumer anymore, or I'm not gonna I'm gonna go out and give all my money away to charity, or I'm gonna give all my money away to help an organization fight climate change. Um,
Yeah.
so yeah, it's kind of unfortunate, but it's like it just goes down to like perception, right? Like, what do I get out of this sacrifice? If you can't even, if you're not really, if it's not clear that your sacrifice is going to make a difference, then it's even harder to make that decision, right? So if you give your money away to a climate change charity, um, you might hope that it goes to a good cause, but you have no way of knowing whether or not the specific solutions that they're or the specific actions that they take is actually going to make an actual difference. So that's part of the problem, right? It's just the abstract nature of the change that we're looking for, and whether or not any particular action that or step that we take is going to have any impact.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is too is who is required to sacrifice. The people at the bottom have really nothing to sacrifice, right?
Yeah,
Um, but can you get the elites to sacrifice and relinquish power, and the advantages they have? No, they would do the opposite, right? Is to try and keep things the way they've been.
yeah.
That's their incentive.
There is a
Um,
couple. So there's one historian, Peter Churchin, that he talks about the idea of societies kind of getting in this wealth pump trap where all the wealth is funneled more and more towards up to the elites, and then you get common immiseration among the working class, and that in combination with a large overproduction of counter elites that want to be in charge, right, and have all the skills. Maybe they went to law school. Maybe they're like, I want to be in power. This combination of common
yeah.
immiseration with overproduction of elites leads to a sort of sea change, and usually revolt or rebellion or something like that. But he also talks about a couple of instances where the elites did actually sacrifice in order to maintain sort of some semblance of order. Um, he gave two examples. I'm not sure what they are off the top of my mind, but he claims that at least in a couple of cases that elites in certain power structures have been willing to forego some amount of their profits to protect the system from collapsing.
You guys, the educated among us, should be very careful. during the final stages of an empire's decline. And I use decline because collapse sounds like everybody's going to die or blow up, but it's a collapse of the current structures and institutions that are, forcing the power structure. But
Yeah, those in
during
power
every decline,
change. Yeah.
yeah, the most educated among us will be the first targets. They don't target the peasants. They'll
Well,
go
yeah,
in and they'll
because
target
the ones
the
that
educated.
they're the ones that are going to be blamed for the issues that are going on, and it's easier to get rid of them and bring in new people than to keep a system
Yeah.
that suppress. They're going to be like, nope, everybody got to go. Yep, you're absolutely right. That's exactly what's going to happen.
The
Everybody thinks
educated,
everybody thinks
yeah,
they're going to be at the top when this shift happens. The thing is you're not. It's going to be a whole new group of people that are going to come in and they're going to start running it. And they'll run it the same way. That's the whole thing. I
yeah,
think it's hilarious. And it just shifts the power to a group of people that are going to do the exact same thing. So yeah, you're
yeah,
absolutely
yeah,
right.
yeah. Like the progressives of today will become the conservatives of tomorrow. I mean, you
Yeah,
see this, you saw this in the 20th century with a lot of the communist revolutions, right? They,
yep,
they will target and get rid of the educated class, right? Um, because the uneducated, which is the more common people, anyways, but those are the people that are easily governed.
yep, they can control them. Yep,
Yep, they can control them in the new power structure, but the ones that were educated, some of them were actually part of the previous elites. They'll get rid of them first. So um, education is so important, man. So important. When you have a population that's educated, that's the end of an empire.
yep. It's important, but it's going to destroy. Yeah, it, it's going to destroy us eventually. Yeah.
Yep. It's because people are conscious. People are aware of what's really going on. I mean, we have sort of this recent revolution in awareness, right, about the financial system and how BS it is. The monetary system, complete
Yep.
fraud. And I mean, I grew up, I didn't know any of that until, I had to read about it and study it. Fractional reserve banking system, things like that. Wow. The thing about inflation is you can print money and then immediately give it to your friends, and they will not feel any inflation effects. They can just go spend it right away. But just as it kind of goes through later down the road, then everybody gets hit with inflation. But by that time, you and your buddies have already spent your money.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
You have already spent that
Avoiding
money. Yeah.
inflation is actually land. Buying land is the easiest way to avoid inflation.
Yep.
So Magpie says I have this idea that's still in work that I call the sphere of considerance, where I've identified 5 different kinds of people: the egoists, only I matter, screw everyone else; the tribesman, my immediate family community matters the most; the nationalist, my country and its citizen matter
Huh.
more than other people from other countries; or the utilitarian, all humans are equally important and deserve the best possible life by distributing world resources fairly; and one more. So, the sphere of considerance. What do you guys think about that? The sphere of considerance.
I think it. I think everybody's a little bit of all of them. I think we all are selfish in our own way, but we do think about others. Normally, it's our immediate family. Uh, we also think about our localized community. Uh, when you start moving international, that's whenever your money is invested in that direction. So you start thinking nationally. Um, but for the most part, I think everybody falls in some of those categories now, and they're not totally invested in any of them. Would be my guess, because I think we all have our self interest at heart, our family's interest at heart, our community's at heart. But yeah, they all have different values assigned to them. And some
So,
people it may be more for family than their community, and some people it's their community more than their family. But they still care about their family. I think there is a group of people that I would say falls somewhere in the middle,
Yeah.
and some that fall to the extreme. So that it's all
So yeah.
about other people. Like the left normally tends to, I would say, think about the rest of the world instead of their own country. And well, most people, they think about their communities, they think about their family, they think about themselves first, and then they start looking at outside of them and where they're at. So I think it's a
So
little bit of all of that. I don't think anybody falls on any of those directly.
Yeah, I agree, Chris. I think it's
yeah, they're gradients.
context dependent, and we flexibly switch identities depending on our environment. And yeah,
Yeah,
what is most
That's
important for us to
exactly
think about? Yeah, at the moment. So yeah, these are
that's
not
exactly what I was gonna say.
mutually exclusive groups. There might be some personality traits that make
But
one
let's
type of
let's
identity
let's
more
let's
realistic for some people. I don't know.
well let's talk yeah, let's talk about the type of environments that would create um or people who would fall into the various categories there, right? I mean, somebody who is like a political leader is probably going to behave in, um, or at least going to
more now.
act like he's behaving as a nationalist, even though we all know he's probably just being selfish, right? He wants to keep his own power structure. Somebody that's well supported by his tribe or family, he's sort of the go-getter in that group. He would be the tribesman. Somebody who's like, completely independent, don't even have family, maybe is completely disenfranchised. He would be the individual just
Yeah,
acting in just on his own.
right.
I mean,
It all comes down to what benefits them the most, right?
yeah, yeah. I
What
mean,
benefits them the most.
let's not have any. I mean, anything that I'm against anything that assumes that humans have this gradient of altruism, evil versus good behavior and things like that. I think that we're all just neutral beings, and we will behave accordingly to the environment and situations we're in.
Oh, I want to answer dance.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna take a quick break. You guys can keep talking. Make sure you read the comment that you're replying to, and then
I
Joe,
will.
or are you gonna respond to? Were you gonna
Right.
respond to Joe about in terms of the gradients? So I guess Dan said
Okay.
putting together over 20 countries who spent the last 100 years killing each other. If this is not an exercise of faith as well. Oh, never mind. Sorry, I didn't. I missed the context of that. I challenge the intrinsical
Yeah, so
value
that.
assumption. Challenge the intrinsical value assumption at clowns at all levels of society. You must be of value or provide some sort of value to be a valuable member. Is that what you wanted to reply to?
Oh yeah, I definitely want to reply to that.
All right. Did you have any? I'm gonna take a quick. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break. So I'll
You
be
go to the
right back.
bathroom.
You
Joe,
guys
slow it
decide it.
down.
You guys
I'll let
decide.
Joe go first. I'll let, I'll let Joe go first, and he'll make a decision. Then I will. I will answer you, Dan.
So this is regarding the challenging the assumption that people will always behave according to their self-interest. Is that
Uh, if you want to discuss that, yeah, I'm all for it. We can definitely. Listen, I'm in agreement with. I think whatever serves their interest in the moment, is people believe and tend to lead.
Yeah, me too. I think even people that do what we consider altruistic um, behaviors, let's take Mother Teresa. I would argue that even somebody like her, she's
Well,
doing it for her own self-interest. It's
well,
because it feels
she
good
made
to
a
her.
lot of money doing it too. Like she died a very wealthy woman. So although
Exactly.
she may
And
have
she feels
seemed.
good, right? It feels good. I mean, whenever I'm able to help people in need, I just feel good.
Yeah.
I mean, if I felt bad doing it, I wouldn't be doing it. So
Oh,
we're all
exactly.
hedonists. Yeah. I mean, let's not pretend. I don't know. I just
Always
find,
been good. I don't always help people because I feel good after doing it. I do it because I think it's the right thing. There are times whenever I give money to somebody and I just do not feel good about doing it, but I don't stop it from doing it the next time either.
But don't you at least feel not as worse as if you didn't? I mean, isn't that what the case is? I mean,
No, I'll give you an example. I get
okay,
this guy.
interesting.
I got this guy an apartment, and I helped him get a job, and I knew doing it was probably going
Hmm.
to end not good, and I kind of figured he'd drop back into drugs and probably OD. And I felt really bad doing it, but I felt like it was my responsibility to at least give it a shot. And exactly what I thought was going to happen, he ended up ODing. Um, and no, it didn't make me feel good, but it was a risk I was willing to take, hoping that he would change his life. But it did not
Well,
work out. And there are people that I've done it for, and I've been wrong and pleasantly surprised. And
yeah, but
I
that's
guess
because he
if it would have turned out different and he didn't, I probably would have felt good. But I knew,
exactly, yeah,
yeah. So
yeah,
yeah, in a way, yeah, I was hoping for that good feeling. It doesn't always happen. Um,
right.
so yeah, I mean you're right. But there are times whenever I can look at it and I know the outcome. Okay, let me answer Dance real quick since he's back. Um,
Yes, please.
no, I don't think that at all levels of society you must be value or provide some sort of value to be a valued member of that society. You can look at like most of the big countries. We actually pamper and we take care of people that have no value whatsoever. The U.S. is a good example of that. They have no value whatsoever. We we give them a ridiculous amount of money. We take care of all their needs, and we we just keep helping them, even though they're not providing any value to society. But we sit there and say, "But we're doing the right thing, doing." It. So, not at all levels do I think that uh, every member of the society has value.
Well,
They don't. Not everybody has value. Sorry, it's how it is. There
yeah.
are people that literally sit at home, nothing
Well, let me
with their
just
life.
butt in here. I agree, and the problem is, how do you define value? How do you assign, like, what do you define as valuable? Do you define it as adding to GDP?
Yeah, yeah,
Do you define it as
yeah,
providing family care to
right,
your immediate neighbors in your community? Do you assign value
right.
to engaging in open dialogue and contributing to ideas and cultural shifts and social movements? And so value
Yeah.
is very well defined by a lot of societies. But I think that if we just sit back and we think about the human brain. Let me get my handy prop. Like, we look at this thing and just take a minute to like admire how complex and incredible this thing that we call intelligence is. This is like a supercomputer inside of everybody's head. And so there is value, there's potential, right? Inside of every individual. No matter that person, there is value because the brain itself is an intelligent organ. It's capable of taking an incredible amount of data, right? And processing it and learning. And so there's potential within every single individual. And so if we step back and we kind of create this maybe cultural norm that sees every individual as having this vast potential within it, and thinking about, well, what environments allow that potential to flourish and what environments kind of hinder that potential, then we could get a better sort of metric for establishing value, right? If we just assume that there's hidden, sometimes locked value within every individual and try to maximize it, that's like the cultural norm that we want to export, and just ask, how do we extract, maybe extract is the wrong term, how do we nourish and allow that value to come into fruition?
Okay, so here's the problem I see. Uh, I think the U.S. tries to do that. Sort of force people to go to school. We try to push everybody into, but we've also gotten to the point where uh, the social aspect of our government takes over for what is it, 64 million people in our country are on some kind of social program that pays for their food, their rent, whatever else. Um, that's a lot of people that are on those programs, and they're not contributing at all to society, uh, other than recycling, taking money from one group, giving it to them, and then they disperse it back into the ecosystem, and it gets spread out a little bit. But for the most part, it's just a recycling of a certain group's money and poured back down. Um, they don't really have much value other than they push money into certain environment. That's all, and it's not even a lot, but when you have millions of them, tens of millions of them, uh, it the value is how much money can they siphon away from the groups that are paying the most in the system and getting it back down to them. That is not real value. That's an artificial value because once those systems become too large, and we're approaching that very quickly, uh, they don't contribute in society. So yeah, we can look at them and say they have brains. We need to find a way to match. But some people just, I've met enough people in my life. Some people just are not teachable. Some people are just not smart enough to catch on to even the most simplistic ideals. So, because we have these bell curves, right? And there's really smart people and there's really dumb people. And we got to remember that even the best supercomputer can't compete with the human brain. That may be true, but the worst human, the supercomputer destroys them every time.
So let's just think about this as probabilistically, right? There's no way in which there's no way in which you can say that every individual is equal in the amount of value that they're bringing to a society. That's clear, right? There's this distribution, right? And the average person is going to add an average level of value to a society, right? And they're going to do it in different fields, right? We all tend to specialize and go into one field. So one person might add value by learning more about, healthcare and providing those services. Another person might go into engineering or construction and provide value in, infrastructure or something like that. So, but if you just think about it probabilistically, right, and you just ignore sort of the outliers and you ignore the fact that some people, even if you invest in them, maybe you're not going to get a great return on that particular investment. If you just think about, a law of large numbers and you say, well, if I invest equally in all these individuals, then generally speaking, my return of investment will still produce good outcomes because of the averaging effect. And even though you've got a large number of individuals that maybe you're not getting a whole lot of return on investment, you're going to get a number of other individuals that you have huge returns of investment for. So if you just kind of think about it probabilistically, and you try to ask, well, what is the right way to think about, how to understand and how to manage a society? It's, well, let's just assume that everyone has some amount of potential. We don't know who the big providers are going to be ahead of time, so let's just give everyone at least a basic, a basic survival needs, basic access to the ability to unlock their potential, and then just say, we're going to have some winners and losers, but overall, if we keep investing, it's going to turn out better. This also comes back to that idea that you're talking about before, where you're like, well, how do I know when I should help people out? Because sometimes I help people out, and even though I felt like, I gave them money or supported them, they weren't going to actually utilize those resources to reform themselves or fully improve themselves. And it's like this guessing game, right? So what is our overall strategy, knowing that anytime that we decide to help someone out, we might not, our hopes and our dreams for how much effect our help is going to be,
for me, I look at more realistic viewpoint on it. I look at well, I mean, the risk versus reward basically tells you whether it's going to be worth it or not in the end. Um, I know that one of the examples I gave is I've actually gave, gave money, got an apartment for somebody, got the medical, and knowing I knew the risks that they would take that and they would end up ODing because when somebody has an addiction that's so great, um, setting them up and giving them access more resources tends to lead them with, especially if they have no control, leads them down the road of where they end up ODing. It's just a common factor. Somebody has ends up with way more than what they're normally used to. They go and they overspend, and I knew that that was a risk, and I knew that that's probably what was happening. I was hoping I was wrong, and I wasn't, unfortunately. If it had turned out differently, I probably would have been happy about it. But it was also me trying to do the right thing there. So we do risk versus benefit a lot, and knowing all the factors can help you make better decisions. And I wish I would have trusted my gut more on that and just let the guy fall completely. But I thought a, it was worth the risk to try to help him, and I still think that it's always worth the risk to try to help, even if they're going to go spend it on drugs.
Right, because over the course of your yeah, yeah. So over the course of your life, you've had enough examples of helping people out and seeing positive benefits that you still feel that it's a net positive to have that general strategy of
Yes.
helping people, right? Yeah,
Yes.
I totally agree, and I think that's how we should think about, that's how we should, that's how our government should think, right? That everyone, um, even though we can't always, in our methods and our filtering criteria, even if we can't always select the people that are um, most, how do you say, receptive to the kind of help and resources that we provide, if we just adopt that general stance that over time we'll have more net benefit of having that strategy of just seeing everyone as potentially being able to reform, help themselves, create.
Oh, please, can we tackle? Can we
Well,
tackle magpies?
hold
This
on.
one,
Well,
you should tackle.
yeah, yeah.
You should tackle.
Let's go to Psych for Games says the USA should adopt Montessori method of education. Let me look that up real quick because I'm not familiar with that. So let me look at this real quick. So it says the Montessori method of education is a type of educational method that involves children's natural interests and activities rather than formal teaching methods. A Montessori classroom places an emphasis on hands-on learning and development, real-world skills such as problem solving and helping and teaching each other. It emphasizes independence and views children as naturally eager for knowledge, capable of initiating learning in a sufficiently supportive and well-prepared learning environment. It also discourages some conventional methods of measuring achievement such as grades and tests. So yeah, as a general framework, I agree completely. I think that testing or teaching less to the test and having more of a space for personal
I do think that.
growth and
I do think,
exploration is great.
I do think that we need to. Not, it doesn't need to be. I think it needs. Do think that certain things are important for society. Uh, but I don't. I literally do not think prepare kids at all for real life at all. So
Yeah.
I think our system changed drastically. Because most kids get out into the real world, and it's sinkers. And I think that's why so many people are sinking nowadays. They're not prepared at all.
Yeah, I'm
They
all
don't know what
about.
it's like, taxes or anything like that.
Yeah, I'm all about sort of embodying intelligence and learning by doing. Because I mean, I was always good at the academic aspect of education, but if I look back at all the stuff that I learned through sort of books and wrote assignments and like none of that made nearly as much difference as just going out and learning through trial and error, right? So I think that this Montessori method is probably underutilized for sure. So, Magpie, what is Magpie talking about? Something that also has to be talked about is the breaking point when too many jobs have been taken over by AI and enough people can't survive. Then we need either to have a universal income or there will be a violent revolution because people are starving due to lack of work.
You touched on this like 2 weeks ago. That's why I think this is one you needed that I thought you would find interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting. I mean,
Well,
everyone's kind of worried about, the Joe, do you want to start this off? Sounds like you have a take on
well,
this.
let's backtrack a bit. I mean, I don't know why we emphasize AI taking jobs because the vast majority of jobs that are taken currently, vast majority is taken by other humans. AI has barely made a dent, so I don't know why we're so focused on that. How about if you're concerned with people having their jobs given to somebody else, then currently it's other humans that are taking human jobs. And how's that any better?
I would point at look at the '90s um, when the car manufacturers came in. Everybody
Mm.
was like, uh, there goes the automotive industry uh, jobs, and what actually took the jobs wasn't even um, the technology. It was moving all these companies overseas to where it could be done
Yep,
cheap. That's what ended up
yep,
happening. It wasn't even the technology. It it just could be done cheaper in other countries. They moved them out of the U.S. Um, we
yep,
always have this fear that technology is going to take over a job. What ends up happening most of the time with technology is the job changes form. It's not, yes, the type of person that can do the job it now has to have higher education. So you get this broader, uh, the amount of low IQ jobs starts shrinking, and
yeah,
the need for higher IQ jobs expands. So yes, at the end of the day, people with lower IQs are having less opportunity, but the average person is not going to really be affected by this because there's always going to be right now, as far as I can tell, there's always going to be those jobs that require um, average IQ people. Like it's just going to be a different type of job, and if you can't adapt, then you're going to fail in the next 5 years. So you always have to be adapting, and as a society, I think we do. And this is something you were talking about a couple of weeks ago, Roy. You pushed back on this exact same comment 2 weeks ago, saying the exact same thing I'm saying.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I maybe we have to like think of do we have to separate AI from just automation? Like, are these two things that we kind of think need to think because they overlap in a large part? But a lot of the fear is just with automation of certain tasks. Like, for example, if we have self-driving trucks on the road, then there's however many hundreds of thousands of truckers that um, are just not going to have they're not going to have be able to have their livelihood in the same way before. And there's a fear that in a lot of different industries, um, these kinds of jobs don't. It's not clear where where these displaced workers will go in order to provide for their food for their families and stuff. So there is something here in terms of automation being a disruptor and forcing people to become more adaptive and finding different ways to provide for themselves. So I do think that with increased, and we're seeing increased automation, and we are, even though, like Joe said, that most jobs are being taken by other people rather than by these automation processes. I mean, we're seeing, like the cuts in software companies that are pretty huge, substantial, like Meta, for example. They made a series of cuts, and a lot of it's been like top level managers. So AI, as much as we like to think that maybe all the jobs that are going to be taken are going to be from the lower classes. Actually, like a lot of white collar jobs are going to be replaced with AI too. So I think that it's a real
And program.
I think it's a real concern, but I'm not. And I do think that there probably should be a push for some kind of basic security, right? Like I do think there should be a social contract where that ensures that you get a basic level, just an allowance, right, to to spend on housing and food and basic needs. And it seems like we're kind of moving that direction. I mean, that's what all the tech people are saying. That I mean, Elon Musk is sort of notorious for saying that yeah, a UBI is going to be essential. So I mean, and there's I don't know. I haven't really looked at all the trial runs. There have been a number of trial runs in the U.S. in terms of UBIs, and they claim differing results. So I don't know that the jury's out on how people respond to this. Um, but I think it's a real concern. I don't think it's something that breaks everything, and I think that the concerns about AI are probably not as bad as we tend to think they're going to be.
Nope.
So I don't know.
So,
What do you
like,
got, Joe?
so yeah, you guys mentioned automation. Very, very important point is that that's what AI does. It just automates certain things that traditional industrial era technology hasn't don't automate, right? Um, Let me just slow down a bit here. And I mean, what's going on in the U.S.? There's not much going on. We don't have much AI automation at all. I mean, let's take a look at other societies where this is actually going on, right?
Yeah.
So check this out, man. You guys are gonna love this. So in China, they have these live streaming girls. You know,
I
they
know. I saw
basically do
that.
what we do. Yeah, but they're all pretty and shit. And then you have a bunch of these guys going on there, giving them gifts, right? So they're making money while they're live, and then they use that money to order. So it would be like Uber Eats in the U.S., right? So they would order food, and these same guys would get some of the money back by delivering food to these live streamers, and it's like this weird cycle thing. But now this has been disrupted. You have um, these delivery guys are being replaced by self-driving robots that deliver
Yeah.
food and packages. And so take a look at take a look at that, right? It's not a bad thing. Is it really necessary that we have humans delivering food? Those guys can go get better jobs, okay? And also they can stop spending money, by gifting these girls whatever, I mean, it's just we act like people are losing. We act like some evil is becoming over us, but it's just not, and it's actually currently in its current state. AI hasn't done anything compared to automation of factories.
Well, I mean, we can look at like Taco Bell. They utilize AI throughout uh, their entire chain, 500, and all it did was make deliveries and accuracy on orders increase. And people were like, "Why is Taco Bell all of a sudden getting correct?" And but I mean, there was issues with it. Like, people figured out that AI was doing it. So they were ordering 18,000 waters, and the system wasn't expecting that, so it just stood out. And people were ordering thousands upon thousands of packets of uh, hot sauce, which costed nothing. They would order 10,000 of them, and it would get shipped out. Now that the companies have been aware of it, that stuff isn't happening, and it probably will not happen again. Um, but people think that society won't adapt, and that was kind of my point of saying, bringing up the '90s when car manufacturing went to automation.
Right.
It was
Yeah.
automation, but the jobs didn't stay here in the U.S. It became more expensive to do it here So the companies just said, fine, we're just going to move it to other countries. The regulations aren't here. We don't have to worry about the government oversight, and we can just do it over in China, and where it's cheaper. We can go do it over in Indonesia, where it's cheaper. We can do it in India, where it's cheaper. So the jobs are
Yeah.
already
Yeah.
leaving the U.S. They have been since the 90s.
Yep.
All these people that are worried about AI, you should be worried about all the companies leaving the U.S. If you're not worried about that, then you should not be worried about AI.
You know
So,
what's interesting is last on our last stream. Remember, we were talking about. I think both you and Roy. I think Roy, you pointed out that the technology curve is faster than the cultural curve. But I'm starting to see that it's actually reversed, right? When you have a culture that's capable of um, pondering these questions about technologies that are actually over the horizon and what it affects may be, I would argue that our problem is actually our culture is moving too fast. We're worried
yeah,
about shit that we should be worried about. So
yep,
maybe we should slow down our culture and not slow down technology.
I agree. I agree.
Well, so give me a, let's see. So there's there's probably a difference between imagining future societies and the actual, like, so what I'm talking about, the when I talked about the cultural curve,
Mhm.
it's our current values.
Mhm.
And I think that what you're talking about is slightly different. It's what our beliefs or our fears are. And I think the beliefs and the fears are grounded in the in our belief that our current culture will remain sort of stable, right? While all this technology and while everything else changes, right? We assume that our cultural values are going to stay the same. We assume that people are going to insist on the same level of consumption and the same level of, access to goods and, I don't know, produce and variety in the electronic stores. And like we assume all that stays sort of the same. And then we worry because we're like, okay, well, the job market's shifting, but our cultures aren't shifting. And I think that's where the fears come from, is that we don't see ourselves as this in this process of adaptation. So I don't know. I'm kind
Well,
of
I think the
confused about what you mean, Joe, when you said the curves are actually switched.
I think that people
Switch
are
it.
more change actually, and that's where these fears come from. They don't want to change the flow. They don't want to look and see whether it'll be better or not. Fear the change. It's something all of us, me, you, and Joe, have probably seen through our whole life. There's always this, oh, something's coming on the horizon. It's going to change everything. Tell me you haven't seen that like 100 times since you guys were born. We see that nonstop. We've seen it for the last what 50 fucking years. Uh, we had computers coming up and gaming. Oh, it's going to change everything. It's going to make it worse. People are just going to be nothing, or what's going to happen to this market? What's going to happen? We see that nonstop. We've seen it our entire lives. So we don't have that fear of change because we've seen it. But it's always this thing that's always sitting in our culture. For the most part, most people are afraid of change. They're afraid that something. They're afraid to fuck up what's going good for them. So they're like, oh, we have these jobs now that are secure. AI is going to come in and screw it all up. Now everybody's going to be out of a job. No, people are just going to adapt. They always do. We know this. We've seen it. We saw it when electricity, when we went from coal power plants to nuclear power plants, all nuclear power plants. That's going to be all the miners out of it. Well, that's not the case. The jobs just shift and change. Tell me I'm
Yep.
wrong.
No, yeah, yeah. I think you're right. I mean,
Yeah, no,
we'll
no,
be
no, no.
we'll be
Yeah,
forced to
I
adapt.
agree.
Go ahead, Joe. Um,
So, so just the other thing too. I mean, the point I was trying to the so not the point I was trying to make, but the question I was trying to ask is our culture not moving fast enough, or is it just moving or is it moving too fast? You got to realize, most people would define. technology as a part of the culture, right? Along with other things, um, along with the art, the language, and the way of doing things. Um, I'm just trying. I think that we, if you want to talk about the rate, um, or the culture curve, we probably have the most progressive among the world. We're way ahead of, I mean, we invented the internet. We invented crypto. I mean, so culturally, we're far ahead. So I don't think that's. I think maybe the problem is we're at a point culturally where we like to come up with problems that don't exist.
Yeah.
So we are very progressive in that sense, right? We're not culturally behind technology. We're just too far ahead. We're concerned with things that may or may
Well,
not even be an issue in the future.
well, yeah. Instead of trying to think about how it's going, which the people that are pushing it are thinking how it's going to benefit them. We think of how it's going to screw us over. Using the human nature. How am I going to get screwed this week? Next year? We look at our long-term survivability system in place, and if your future is looking at programming, AI is already AI's been being used what for the last 15 fucking years in coding. I mean, it's been part of coding for a long time. Um, so to sit
And
there and think,
guys, you know what's ironic though is this concern about AI taking over jobs. Well, currently, the main job that AI and people are actually working on this, night and day, including myself. The big one is actual coding itself.
hell,
It's the developers who are creating AI so that they don't have to write the code. Just
yeah, because
FYI.
yeah, it's because it's really hard to troubleshoot and figure it out. It's very complex, right? And
Yeah. So
AI,
we are the ones. We are the. I mean, I'm a developer, so I I'm part of that crowd. I'm here pushing for AI to replace my job because I don't want to do it. But it's not really. I haven't seen it really replace anybody else's jobs. So it's just consider that the only jobs AI is currently replaced are like very junior level developer jobs, and that's not enough for us. We're really hoping that it'll you know just be a little smarter and get what the heck is going on instead of
the thing
but
is,
yeah, we're just so far from that, man.
Well, it does.
that's right.
There's a lot of issues. So this is kind of like so AI. It's this diffused technology. I mean, we're pushing towards AGI, which is by definition a general intelligence which can learn sort of anything, right? Which can essentially be applied to any sort of domain in life. And if we ever reach that point, and we do have an AGI that can do all of these tasks more efficiently than we do, then I think that's where our culture is going to really be forced to change. So it's kind of weird, like we try to play this chicken and the egg game and ask, well, AI, is that pushing us towards, this future where we're going to have to redefine what it means to do work? Like what does it mean to have a career? What is it, or or is it like,
Oh, can I answer, Mac?
Dude, I mean, no, what you're talking about, Roy, is like when that's gonna happen if we don't, go extinct. If some horrible event doesn't occur, it's gonna happen. Just it's gonna be. That's the whole point of human evolution, I think, is to be eventually become gods, right? We can we can just kind of sit around in the clouds and have our robots that are really smart just do all the work. That'll be our slave race, just like we were a slave race before. That's just all part of the plan.
so you
I
think
don't think
that,
there's anything to be afraid of, is what I'm saying,
or maybe, I mean, maybe
right? It's not
we
a
won't
bad
even,
thing.
yeah, maybe
You
we
do
won't.
want,
Sorry, go ahead.
just think about it. I mean, if you have, I mean, long before we reach AGI, we're gonna have fully automated, solar powered food generation plants. so nobody be hungry. We're just gonna end up with everything we need, and then we'll basically be gods. And then the only thing we'd have to worry about at that point is, well, what to do with our spare time.
Yeah. What
Probably
what to
probably
build?
sit around, live streaming and talking about how bad our ancestors had it. I mean, I just don't see what the issue is. I mean, I don't know why people want to
Well, yeah, well,
keep
you're
like
exactly right.
menial.
Hold on.
Yeah,
I know how to sum this up. If you go back 100 years, go back to the 1800s. People were working 18 hours a day on average.
oh my God. Oh man.
Like the amount of work people did compared to we do
Yeah.
today, we have so
Yep.
much free time. Everybody in America works about 40 hours. Some people work 50. I'm not going to say everybody, but the average
Yeah.
American works about 40 hours a week. Okay,
And it's
and
not
that's
backbreaking, right, Chris? It's not.
no, it's not.
It sounds. Yeah, it's just easy, chill.
So
You know.
our society has become very um, complacent, and we've become
Yep.
very used to having these 8 hours a day where we can do whatever the hell we want. Yeah, some people they spend 2 hours of that 8 hours traveling or whatever because they work further away or whatever. But on average, people work about 40 hours a week, and we're used to that. You go back to
Yep.
the you guys are old enough. You remember the freaking 90s? People were working 60-hour weeks on average.
Yeah.
That's not a thing anymore. Unless you're trying to get ahead or you own your own company, you're not doing 60-hour. The average person does 40 hours.
Well,
Yeah.
it
And
it depends on. I mean, this is not evenly distributed within the population, so
I said average. I
yeah.
said average. I said average.
Okay.
On average, though, it's yeah, that's been the trend.
Yeah.
That's the
And
trend.
But it doesn't
I
mean
mean, the
that.
fact that I mean,
I just wanted to point out that
go
it
ahead, Ryan.
doesn't necessarily mean that because some people are working 2, 3 jobs still, and are working significantly
Yeah.
more, and they're worried about their livelihood, and they're worried about maybe automation taking some of that away. So there are still valid concerns about all of this stuff. Even though if we look at the averages, we can
And
see that
here's the thing.
there's been less.
Here's the thing. These companies have a vested interest in keeping people employed. Because if people can't consume their products and can't afford to consume their products, the market self-adjusts and there will be a collapse of those industries. So there will always be jobs because if there isn't, then those companies collapse. There's nobody there to buy their stuff. So there will always be busy work for people. That's the thing
Yeah.
that most people aren't looking at. Like these companies can't survive if everybody in the world is too poor to buy their stuff. So there always will be a market.
Yeah.
And
So this is what Marx said
the
about
more
capitalism eating itself, right?
people get. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
so there is a limit to how far this kind of experiment, how far we can push this experiment before companies realize that they're reducing their consumers' ability to actually engage with their business and services. So yeah, there has to be something's got
Well,
to
look
give.
at
Something's
look
got
at
to
the game.
change.
Let's look at the gaming industry. The gaming industry is on the verge of collapse. It's one of the biggest things that's been talked about for the last 2 3 years. These gaming companies are pumping out so much product that and they keep raising the prices. And
Mm,
what the gaming companies are realizing is they're overproducing and they don't have
mm,
enough consumers to buy all these products. So they're
right.
overproducing for a
Yep.
market that can't handle it. And
Right.
what's happening? We have gaming companies that are going out of business, going out of business, going out of business. And people are leaving these big companies and heading towards indie companies because they're cheaper,
Mm,
they're more agile,
yep.
and they can afford it. So these big companies are going to eventually all collapse small companies, and if they don't learn from it, they're going to collapse too. Um, so this fear that like there's not going to be jobs is kind of ridiculous. They have to employ people or nobody consumes their product. So if everybody's unemployed, there's no market. If nobody has money, there's no market.
Right.
And then if you start talking food, if you're starving everybody, everybody eventually dies, and that's it. The market will self-adjust because the cost of goods is dependent on the supply. If people can't afford food, and we have to put guns on everybody to keep them from, because the society starts starving, they're gonna just say, "Fuck it, we're gonna just go steal this." Uh, they're gonna have to move the products out of the U.S. and then the market will collapse here eventually. Like people don't think this stuff through, and they get these fears. Companies
Yeah.
adjust and make new jobs to offset the profit. So they'll do work so that they make more money. They'll create jobs to make sure that there's money in the society.
Let's say we do get advanced enough in AI and robotics, cybernetics, so that we will have these really compact, highly efficient farms with no human farmers necessary, right? Um, then that'll free up all these people who will have we'll just have that much more food production, right? That's much cheaper, and that'll free up a lot of people to play these video games, right? I'm just saying.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, we'll probably. I mean, the last industry, the final industry that will benefit, and this industry may actually last till the end of times, because that's the entertainment industry. Because at some
Well, the
point
thing
when we
is that,
have,
here's the thing. Even the entertainment industry is getting affected by AI. There's so many, like, if you look at YouTube, even Twitch, there's a couple of channels that are run by AI vloggers. Most people don't know that they're AI. That they look at what's happening in chat, they respond. AI is even on Twitch. Okay, uh, during the election, there was channels that were doing experiments and having uh, Donald Trump and Biden and Kamala, and they were having debates on those channels based on questions that people would ask in the chat. So that was the first test, and now we're seeing actual vloggers or VTubers called VTubers who they're not even real; they're just AI, and they're there to soak up money, and it's pushing regular streamers out of that scope because they do it better than you're going to be able to do it. They're more they don't miss chat. They know how to connect with people. They know how to be a little bit intimate, and it's crazy. We see it on YouTube. YouTube is flooded with channels that are nothing but AI freaking content. It's just nothing but AI content. I can't stand them. You can tell they're AI. They don't know how to talk properly. The stuff is completely made up. And people are like, what's the difference in that and a regular person? There is no difference. They're both making shit up. Um, so I don't think streaming is going to be just humans anymore. It already isn't. If you look at OnlyFans, the biggest content creators on OnlyFans are freaking AI. They make the most money.
just FYI, behind that AI,
It's a guy.
yeah, it could be a guy, it doesn't matter. But the point is, the amount of work it takes to get an AI-based creator that good is probably from what I can, from my own experience, it's like 5 to 10x the amount of effort required than
Oh
to
yeah,
actually just have a human do it currently. So
but that effort's becoming less and less over time.
yes, it will, and eventually it'll be 10% of the effort. Yes, that's the whole point. But then
Yep.
don't you think that you're talking about OnlyFans? I mean, that's a good thing, right? I mean, it'll reduce the wealth gap.
Well, not if AI is the one that's soaking it up. It would. I mean, if it's
Well,
actual
that's the
people,
thing.
if it's
No,
actual
it
people doing it, yeah,
no,
it reduces the wealth gap. But if it's not,
it does. You're not going to end up. You'll end up. I mean, further down the road, is that because AI makes the whole industry more accessible, it'll be it'll be more even because you have a greater supply of quote creators, right? The demand will still remain the same, but the supply will increase, and so you're not going to end up with like, I mean, it's AI, so they're all going to be just as good as each other. That's what I'm saying. So it should actually reduce the gaps
I
that we're
don't know if
currently
it will. I
experiencing.
think TF2 has the money. I think it's just a shift in wealth because it'll be the same 10 or 15 people making all the content. Is what it'll end up being.
So let's talk about AI and content creation, because all of
Yeah,
us use AI because it's easy, right? A lot of people are using it to
Well,
create
yep,
scripts. A lot of YouTube channels are just using it to narrate their channels. And but how about us as
yeah,
consumers? We actually don't like it, right?
yeah.
So
no.
this is weird, right? This is like a weird misalignment between our human values and market forces. And right now, I think it's
Well, we don't
because
like it.
Well, right now I think it's because content creators, it's like this perish and publish um, environment where you have to make a video every day, a short every day, and a video every week to stay relevant. And like we just don't have that much time, and there's this deluge of information that's going on these platforms, and it's not equally, like content creators are not actually being paid enough for their time, so they're having to like engage in this AI slop, right? So it's more and more like we're moving more and more that direction, but nobody actually wants that. So eventually that whole side's going to collapse. People are going to get back to one-on-one creators that are actually making, human, artistic things, and we're going to eventually be like, yeah, it was kind of a interesting experiment, but that's not what any of us actually want. So
I'll give you an
this is just a
example.
this is
I'll give
just
you
a
an example.
transition. Wait, hold on a second. So Nitro
I,
Gold said, hold on a second, clowns. Nitro Gold says we should make a video game in this channel. I vote City Builder. Nitro Gold, yeah. And you're also saying, or push Roy into office. How about it, Roy? I feel like running for an office of some sort. Yeah, dude, I'm already like, look, I've told you I have one big idea. One big idea. Uh, Society needs a brain. I call it the metacortex, right? Where are we going as society? How do we fix all of our problems? How do we solve the human alignment problem? We need a brain, right? Just like our brain has all these primitive structures called the limbic system, and then it's got this big thing, the cortex over the top, right? There's all these nested levels of intelligence. The further down you go into the brainstem, the more automatic, more reactionary it becomes. And then eventually you build layers of layers in order to see further into the distance. In order for long-term planning, you've got this prefrontal cortex. So that societies right now, we have like a limbic system. We act very much for short-term gains. We're very emotional. We fight, right? We're very tribal. We don't have the prefrontal cortex yet for societies. So eventually, governments are going to become, or organizational systems are moving towards developing this prefrontal cortex. And when that happens, right, it's going to be more distributed. We're going to have a distributed intelligence. And in the metacortex, probably I will be elected into some sort of position where I'm a highly connected node, where I'm integrating information and message passing from a lot of people. But I'm not going to be, I'm not going to run for any traditional office because governments have failed, right? They clearly are not the wave of the future. So yeah, the metacortex. I'm going to take office in the metacortex. It's going to be gamified, right? Because that's really the only way that you can get a critical mass of people to actually engage in this thing is if it's actually fun to use, and they feel like they're doing something useful and valuable. So all of that stuff, gamification, and government system for the people, by the people, and yeah, so all that good stuff. So sorry, go ahead, clowns. What were you gonna say?
I wanted to touch on entertainment. Entertainment's actually been valued a lot over the course of my career. Um, you can look at musicians; they get paid way less than I got paid in the '90s. way, way less. I think eventually what's going to happen is online music is going to just be overrun with AI. Not going to be able to make a difference. And I think most musicians are going to go from making content that you can hear live, and you're already seeing this. And I've been seeing it happen more and more over the course of probably the last 15, 20 years. Um, and whenever I started working, it was just a group of us that were basically writing all the music, writing all the lyrics that everybody was consuming. Um, and I think that shift is now shifting to AI, and it's no longer the same 10 to 15 people that were writing all the lyrics, composing all the music. Now it's going to be AI doing it. And what it ends up happening is it shifts down to where the only way artists can make money is live, and live music is where it's at. This is why most musicians hate DJs, because all they do is keep making money for the same people who were pushing out their content, who is always constantly writing. Um, and I know this very well. That's why DJs are like, oh, you're just basically a jukebox. Go away. But there are some that did it very well. Not gonna diss all of them, but the real skill that people are gonna value is live performance. And so people always ask me, am I scared I'm gonna lose my job over it? My job will just change. It will just no longer be studio work. Somebody like me will not exist in it. My job will be completely gone. My studio work will be completely replaced by AI. And the only job that somebody like me will be able to get is to perform live. That's where the music industry is heading. And it's already a devalued proposition for most musicians. Most musicians don't get paid that much when they do live performances. At most, I can make $800 to $900 and on an average gig, and that's just a couple of hours of playing. But the expense to do that is way higher than that. So you're going to see a shift where live musicians are going to get paid more, while you're going to see the cost of actually putting out music is going to become way, way less. And what you're going to end up with is a bunch of people who are just doing karaoke live. That's where I think the industry is heading. It's been heading that way for almost 15 years now. And what you're going to see is just a bunch of people doing AI covers. That's all they're going to be doing. It's all going to be live. That's where I think the industry's heading.
That's pretty cool. Yeah.
So
do I think somebody like me is extinct? Yes, somebody like me will be extinct. But it's not like my job's going to be gone. It will be something new. I will have, instead of being in a studio recording or writing lyrics all the time, I will literally have to go to do gigs. And I already do gigs. I have a gig tomorrow. But that's where musicians are at. The only way you make money as a musician, you don't make money. Like I make no money whatsoever putting my stuff up. And I have millions of views. Roy, you know this. I've shown you my shit. I have millions of views. I have made no money on anything that I put out. I make more money doing gig than I make over 5 years of my shit up on, without a label connected, up on Spotify
Right.
or up on YouTube or up on SoundCloud. Doesn't matter. I don't make money. All my money is made by gig, and I don't even touch that money because I give it to my other band members because I have enough money I need to do. And I more want them to have a decent life. So I'm just like, just take my cut. I don't care.
Lacedaemonius says could be on a one-string banjo.
Hmm.
You have a skill in a world without music. Okay, so do you see the music industry as a microcosm for, I don't know, other content creators, where it's going to be more and more embedded in society itself, where it's live performances? Like maybe I won't be here on stream, maybe I'll be out at a coffee shop somewhere, and we'll just be talking in an actual physical conversation with one another. Is that where society is going? Are we going to be forced to rediscover the like human level connections that we've been moving away from for decades and
Well,
decades
I
now?
think it's going to happen. What I think is going to happen is we've been seeing it for a while. YouTube channels do not make us 5 years. They keep devaluing it, and they get less. Like you need millions upon millions of now just to even even on the equipment and stuff like that. Like it, the value to cost is so astronomical. It's almost not profitable unless you hit it big, or even try to, unless you're using AI to try to do it in a way that you're going to make money. Like the ones that are doing it using AI, they're they're not recording anything, so they don't need cameras and stuff like that. Right? They're using AI to generate videos. They're stealing other people's content, using that stuff into their stuff. But yeah, they can make a little bit of money, and
So
it's usually deemed a side gig, right?
so how's
So,
yeah.
and as time goes on, that's going to be devalued, right? And we've seen that they get less and less money. Ad revenue is down as time goes on.
So maybe it's our job.
So eventually,
So
Hold on,
I
hold on, hold on. Let me
yeah, I've
just
worked
get.
with.
All right, let me add something real quick, and then Joe, I'll let you have the stage. So it strikes me that yeah, you like social media platforms, content creation platforms. We're already seeing all of this noise, all this AI generated content. It's getting harder and harder for us to actually find good quality content. Um, Maybe we should just accelerate this trend, and all of us let's go out get some bots. Create a pipeline that's all based on AI to just generate random content and just flood all these platforms with it so that it will collapse and everyone will be forced to jump ship. And that's where we could, that's when that's where we've got the idea of the platform or the tools for everyone else to move on to the metacortex. Go ahead, Joe.
No, I've done a a lot of e-marketing for yeah, you can say the music industry, and a lot of the tactics. There are very new tactics being used, but it's still the same strategy, to um, market these tracks. Um, have you guys ever noticed like on YouTube you have the shorts of like you know
Yeah.
usually a good looking female maybe playing the drums and also singing some song. That's done for a reason. It's done to market um, the underlying production, whether it's AI or not, or AI assisted or not. So it's still the same tactics, still the same marketing tactics, and a lot of them will be hired to um, do live performances, and that's a marketing
yep.
procedure to increase exposure of the underlying piece, and therefore the underlying brand.
Well, what I think will end up happening is there'll just be so much. I mean, already. I mean, there's a million songs come out a year already. That's going to increase with AI. I think they're gonna flood the market. It's gonna be
Yeah.
10 to 20 million songs a year, and it's just gonna be people picking and choosing what their favorites are, and there's gonna be no value whatsoever in writing or recording music. That's what I see is gonna happen. All the value is gonna shift musicians into performing.
That's
So
well, hold on, clowns. Like, there's gonna be even more value actually, but the value is not in creating sort of the same cookie cutter
no, well,
sounds.
that's the thing.
That's what.
That's the thing. I don't think AI is gonna be doing this. I think
Dude,
it's
Chris,
gonna be able to go beyond that. I just think
Chris,
it's gonna
Chris,
be.
what's gonna happen? Yeah, Chris, what's gonna happen is musicians like yourself, you're gonna either go in one of two directions. You're gonna go on the marketing side, which is the live performance and
Yep.
whatnot, or you're gonna go into the data training side if you're a producer, right? So AI can only produce just from the data we feed it. So if we're looking for new creative, maybe a different genre, if we want to progress artistically, we still need new ideas. That's going to come from humans. You're going to produce the music and the which is the data that we're going to feed these new models, so that when it's just there to help you produce what you want to produce. And in some cases, it can't even do that, you know.
One of the
But
things
you're
I'm
gonna
doing.
be go ahead.
Sorry. Go on. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm just saying for musicians and composers, producers, they're just gonna move on into one of the other. The musicians will probably be more on the live and marketing side. And
Yeah.
this is good, man. I mean, on the old days, and it wasn't even that old days, you know, artists would have to be beholden to some big record distribution company, right? And a lot of times they get screwed over. A lot of the girls would be forced like to have sex with certain people just to get that that step up. And we're gonna get rid of all that. Everything's
No,
liberalized and democratized
it's
now.
gonna shift from them having sex with record producers to them having sex with local freaking bartenders
Venues.
and managers and stuff like that. And I already see that. I mean, I've seen it here. Like, I
Yeah,
can guarantee you that where I play, a couple of the people that are actually doing gigs there, I guarantee you, and I'm not gonna actually go into this too much, but I guarantee you that some of the girls that are performing there are definitely
yeah,
putting out just so they can get the gig. Like, and
yep,
same thing with some of the guys.
yeah.
Like, it
And that
happens a lot. It's just shifting from it happening in the record label happening local. And local venues like bars and clubs are going to actually have more power when it comes to musicians than record labels. The record labels are still going to have power because they're going to own the copyrights. They're going to start demanding cuts instead because they're going to the value of music is going to drop drastic. Is what I think is going to happen. And that's just somebody who's inside the music industry. I've seen music be devalued so much over the last 30 years. It's not even funny. Like it's
but
so freaking
yeah, but
like
that's
it's an
that's
insult. It's an insult. Like every time somebody offers me a gig, how much do you offer me? It's like, dude, my guitar. It would take me doing like 60 of these gigs to recover the cost of it. Like, what are you thinking?
yeah,
Uh,
this happens in every industry though, right? Not
Yeah,
just
yeah.
music.
Dude, I'm not complaining about it because it's just an evolution of what happened, and we adapt. And that's why I said this is the direction I think it's going. And it's just from my experience working for a long time, seeing what's coming
Yeah.
out. Um, People have been coming in here talking about AI. I start, and yeah, I see the direction that it's heading. I'm seeing people already like releasing music is going to be past artists because they're just not going to be able to do it as good as AI. And right now, AI is really, 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 really bad at making. Um, it's not creative at all. It's very yuck.
Yeah.
Uh,
So
Eventually, it'll
that's
catch up.
that's where the new jobs are at. If you're talking about music and other forms of content, you have to have humans, and literally you have to hire them to create the data necessary to train an AI model on something that's just newer, right?
Yeah, the thing is
Or
that
else or else you end up with like
is most musicians already put their stuff online, and they're literally stripping the entire Spotify catalog. They're stripping anywhere that lyrics are. So they sit there and say they need new data. They just take it. They don't care. People post poems on Facebook, and Facebook has openly admitted to taking that data and selling it. It's not hard to get people's data. Nobody really write like I don't know a musician nowadays that only exclusively writes their shit on a paper. I mean, they're they're getting constant feed for new
No,
ideals.
no, no. I'm not talking about what's going on currently with that. I mean, the
Right,
current
right.
models will use the data that's available online, but I mean, you're gonna end up with a huge need as a result of that for data that's newer and innovative. And if it is the case that creators, musicians, for example, are, they're not being able to sell their tracks, um, then they'll stop listing their stuff online, and the good ones are gonna move into the AI data modeling industry. It's gonna happen. I'm currently involved in this for other industries. It's because at some point you just need new, creative, innovative, never seen before data, or at least something that's so niche and specific that
Yeah,
you don't have enough data available,
the thing
right?
is,
All right,
with
hold
music,
hold on, Chris.
people don't.
Hold on, Chris. Let me bring chat here. We've been kind of in a tunnel vision for a little bit, so I'm gonna get out of this rabbit hole. So let's bring
Yeah,
chat back into
I've
this
been
thing.
reading.
Let's get chat back into this thing.
let's do it.
Okay. So they're talking about AI applications for health benefits using like machine learning, right, to find new antibiotics or new super materials. That's one type of thing that we're not really talking about a whole lot, like the incredible value that AI can use, and it's not as scary, or hopefully it's not as scary. I mean, I guess you could argue that if it can find antibiotics, it can find super viruses, and that can be weaponized, but um, could be could be crazy, right? Like Joe, I think you shared a video where they were talking about how they used AI to create stem cells that were like 30% more effective at um, being used for stem cell therapy for people, which is
Right.
pretty crazy, right? Because if you get a pluripotent cell that can turn into any other cell and it's custom tailored for your DNA for your body, and it's accepted, then
Yeah.
you can regenerate bone, you can regenerate tissue, you can regenerate potentially even brain tissue. So that's pretty cool. Dance says,
Hmm.
Magpie says, when will AI be able to write a Tool song? Is my question. Magpie, hopefully never, because I love me some Tool, and I'm a huge fan. So I hope that they don't take Tool away from me and make it irrelevant, or make it just so easy to do that um, that they're no longer a thing. Dance says, give me Nantes and sync my regeneration system with the super intelligent AI. Back to the forest, boys. I mean, again, if we ever reach the singularity and we just exist in virtual worlds of our own creation, then we probably will, a lot of us, go back into more primitive forests, like just like you see with games like survival games like Valheim, right? Where you get a group of your friends together and you just start with nothing and you build an axe and then you chop down a tree and then you build a shelter, and then, we kind of, what's the term? Recapitulate our evolutionary past, right? We get so bored of this high tech system that we're like, let's go figure out what it was like to be a hunter gatherer, and then we just exist in a matrix, and the whole thing just rinse and repeat, right? The cycles go on and on. Laestimonius is here.
Or
Welcome back, Laestimonius.
or or we could be just yeah, wondering, hey, what's it like to exist during the onset of the AI revolution?
So you're saying right now all of us, like,
We're probably in one. Yeah.
when we plugged in, we got a drop down menu, and you're like, what era do you want to experience? And we selected the
Yep.
turmoil and the onset of the AI revolution, when the most shit happened most quickly, and that's what's on our headset right now. Nice.
Yeah. Thank God. I wouldn't want to. If it was like the Dark Ages or something, that would
Right.
suck.
Yeah. Right.
You're welcome.
But again, if we selected Dark Ages, which somebody like me, I would probably do, um, you would not be aware that it's that bad because you're not aware of
That's
how good
true.
it is in the future.
You've got no frame of
Um,
reference. Yeah.
so it's all relative.
Yeah, you don't know that
Yep.
there's
Yeah.
things like
The frame of reference is
antibiotics.
very important.
Yeah. You're not scared of the
Right.
drink. You're not scared of what's in the water because you don't even have a concept of bacteria yet.
Right.
Magpie says, "At the joy of thinking, I've enjoyed being here tonight, and I did a follow earlier in case I can catch you streaming again. But do you have a Discord or something for more conversations behind the scenes?" Yes. Hopefully that Discord
Definitely.
link works. Did that work? Hopefully. Dan,
It should.
let's see. What else do we got in here? What other comments did you find, clowns, that you wanted to address?
Well, I I know a lot about the music. That's pretty much it. Like Magpie mentioned that there's been a lack of creativity. One of the things I did in chat was in 2009, quite a few of the main writers and composers we all kind of hired pretty much at the same time, and you've seen this downshift in creativity and this very monotonous form of about. Um, and that's kind of why that shift happened, where it doesn't seem like there's a lot of. It's because the people that were writing it they pretty much have all left. There's about, I'd say, 30 or 40 artists who are literally writing, composing. So that's why you see that down. Some of the biggest artists, I mean, there's 7 of them that literally sit at the pinnacle of it. They write the majority of the hits, but there's about 30 that control the top one, and most of them retired. So now you see this cycle of garbage popping up, and there's no real creativity.
Yeah, so the field is ripe for hyper creative individuals such as ourselves to go in and
Well,
be like a wrecking ball, right? Tear down the old structures, blow people's minds.
I retired. I retired for a reason. I don't want to work for Sony anymore. I don't want any of the like. I like having the. So, me stepping away was probably the best decision made. Do I miss the money? A little bit. I mean, I still make a decent amount from the royalties and stuff I get, but that's about all I make. But I still make a decent from my royalties. But that's been dwindling down per year because I've been gone for 5, almost 6 at this. Um, is it right? Yeah and no. And the people that are coming in, they're not that creative. Uh, it, they are looking for the next big person who can put out the amount of work that all those that retired were. But the ones that are doing it, they're just good. When they find that person, they're going to work them.
Okay, Joe, did you have something you want to talk about?
Anything in particular?
Whatever you want.
Where are we heading with the conversation?
Lacedaemonius says, big believer on energy, harmonics, and resonance. Energy, harmonics, resonance.
What's that?
Energy, harmonics, resonance. What do these concepts have to tell us about, I don't know, our place in this world and how humans are moving forward or not moving forward or backwards?
That's a big.
Harmonics,
That's a.
resonance. Who are we resonating with?
Those were all musical terms. I'm only familiar with them in terms of sound engineering. in terms of the concept. I I don't know.
We could
Did we
talk about
fully
echo
address the
chambers.
AI issue?
I don't think we can ever fully address the AI issue. I mean, especially since you go online and you just
But
you look at people's differing
maybe
stances.
more. Sorry, address it as in like providing more information of the reality of AI, because I think a lot of the people who are actually in AI just they control the perception of the general public. Um, they purposely and intentionally get the public scared, um, as a way to attract more capital to the industry and whatever project they're doing. Like I just feel like AI is way so overblown that people, like the general public, think AI is like way more advanced than it actually is. It's so funny. Like, and I guess I would probably hold that perspective too if I wasn't working on it. But for me, it's like the opposite. It's just so basic, so unsophisticated.
Okay, so yeah, I
We
don't
should
think
be doing more to advance
so. How does
and make more
the
progress.
so in your opinion, how does manipulating the perception of AI, um, how does it help people get investors on board?
Sure, sure. I mean, when I let's say you're the investor, right? And I'm the lead entrepreneur. I will, these comments, these perceptions of AI replacing so many jobs, including engineers. That
Oh, I
is
see. So
positive for an investment.
right, I see. So
Ah,
so they're saying basically, yeah, these AI companies are going to be so valuable that they're going to replace entire other um, I don't know, supply chains or other industries, and
yeah,
so
that's
so you
okay.
better
Okay, like
invest
from
in
the
this.
investor perspective.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I can do it better because I worked with investors.
So this is just
So
overselling, though.
very simple.
This is not, but this is
I
not
I
the.
can increase.
Sorry.
No, 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 because if AI can actually do that, even though it can't, if it can actually do that, right? I mean, that's a very important goal for investors. The most important thing they want, okay, it's not to be altruistic, all right? It's not to be charitable. Investors want to make a return on their capital, and the higher the return rate, the better. So what affects the return rate? It affects the margins. Quarterly margins affect return rates, right? So if you're putting out, $1 million, and you're receiving um, $100,000 per quarter in return, but that's because your costs are so high. You still have to hire human engineers. If you can replace those engineers, that lowers your costs, increases your margins, and therefore increases your rate of return. I mean, every investor knows that, and that's the angle from what they think of, right? What's the rate of return? How much return can I get on my capital? So of course, entrepreneurs do. It's not just AI. They've been doing this since the dawn of, whenever this whole thing started, right? I mean, your job is to convince the investors to fork out their capital, which lowers your risk, and they're only convinced by one thing: is
So
can I get a higher rate of return to investors? Don't see it's not just even about making money to investors, man. It's like gamers would know this. Here's an analogy. To investors, making money is like us getting more points in a game. It's like how many points do you need? Well, the more the better. I mean, so long as I can beat the guy next to me. That's how investors think. It's
yeah.
like I want so long as they can get a slightly higher. It doesn't even have to be a lot. Just we get like 0.001 basis points or something over their peers. They kind of feel good. To them, it's like us playing a video game and trying to be the top dog, right?
Okay, so what
And
I'm
meanwhile, we're sitting here talking about, stuff that's kind of permeated into pop culture. We're not really addressing what's really going on. Is what I'm saying. We're talking in La La Land a lot of times. I've noticed. This is everybody's so careful not to sound like they're greedy. Everybody's so careful not to recognize, or maybe they don't even recognize how the world really works. The world doesn't work like that. It's not. People are greedy, man. People are competitive.
Yeah, but it also
Sometimes it's not
depend.
even for their own like
Well, hold on,
material wealth.
hold on. So let's talk about two
Sure.
things. So yes, people are an aspect. All of us have different aspects and selves. And we talked earlier about, the sort of state dependent nature of. Okay, you can talk about this as state dependent memory recall, right? Where the kinds of memories that you have access to are based on the types of environments that you learned those things in, right? So if you study in a specific room, then you're more likely to remember all those answers if you take the test in that same room that you studied in. And so this state, and you can do weird experiments where, and this was a pop culture reference. It was like a drinking movie, and they talked about how when you get drunk and maybe you have a party and you have certain thoughts, right? You don't have access to those thoughts until you get drunk again, and then here comes the memories suddenly come flooding back. So there's an aspect of the parts of and networks that get activated are completely dependent on your environment, right? Because that environment has all these built-in visual cues and smells and all this sensitive perceptions that trigger different subsets of the network, right? And allow you access to different memories. So, it depends on the different environments that we're in. We can be very different people, very different times. And so you just have to change and shift the
So,
narrative framework. And so none of us are just greedy and none of us are just altruistic. We're all of these things simultaneously.
oh,
So,
so let me just before we. I mean, maybe it's my fault. Maybe I went on a tangent, but I'm just pointing out. I'm talking about investors here, and
sure.
why the original question was your original question was why, what's like what's going on here? Why would somebody put out such a narrative about AI and get other people, the general population, on that? And why are they just, what's the incentive for them to blow up AI? Well, I think it's just to attract investors and capital.
Yeah, let's
That's all I'm saying. I
yeah,
mean, the whole point, right?
let me
I'm
talk
not I'm
about
not
that.
saying that everybody in this world is greedy. I'm talking about investors and how they think.
Sure.
They're
Well,
all about getting a return on their capital.
yep.
So, yeah, so let's talk about that because what it sounded like the claim that you were making was that the AI companies like OpenAI, Meta, anyone that's working on this kind of technology, that they're intentionally
Oh
misleading
yeah,
the
yeah.
public um, in ways that were making them fearful of the technology. But it sounded like when you were describing it that the fear is just kind of a side effect of overhyping the technology. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly. And they're doing all this to attract more capital
Yeah. So
because
you overhype. Yeah.
they know. I mean,
Yeah. Sure. So
yeah, go
you
ahead.
overhype the technology. You say it can do all of these things. It's gonna take everyone's jobs,
Yep.
and then the public hears this and they're like, "Wow, this technology is really powerful. It's going to change everything. It's like a bull in a china shop. It's going to take all our jobs away. It's going to be end of civilization, right? This is going to be Skynet. Everyone's going to go hungry. The machines are going to become self-aware. They're going to start killing everybody, right? And so you get this side effect of this panic because the scale of and the power of any new technology, right, opens the door to a
Mhm.
scale of maybe disruption and danger, I guess.
Yeah, yeah. And I'm not saying they're being evil for doing this. I mean, there are many reasons why they do this, right? It's I mean, in addition to attracting capital, which is the most important thing, though, but they need to attract more people into the industry, right? I mean, these guys, they don't operate the way the general population does. They think very far ahead. They do very long-term strategic planning, and so everything they do is to serve that purpose of increasing the viability of their industry, including attracting capital, attracting more talent. Um, the type of talent that they, the type of people you want to attract into your industry are the people who when they hear about, the overblown fears and stuff, there's two types of people that will react to that. The first is, oh shit, I'm gonna lose my job. Oh shit, blah 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 blah. It's a big problem. Blah blah. That's probably the majority. But they're not looking for the majority, right? They want to attract the top 1% among the populace, and the top 1% are going to react completely different to these overblown hypes. They're gonna be like, oh, that's great. I want to get into it. Right? That's only 1% though. But those are the people they want to attract into the industry. So they do it for a reason, man. And so it's just important that we know why information and why narratives are created, and have no sort of misunderstandings about the underlying factors.
Yeah, okay.
It's all done with a purpose.
I
It's
generally
not
agree.
random. It's not, oh my God, all of a sudden we got all these problems to worry about, including AI and automation.
I
Yeah.
agree with that.
So, Psyched for Games shared this article
I agree with
from
what's on your
Time.
screen. People don't AI on a lot.
So, Psyched for Games shared a link with us. Does Chat GPT harm critical thinking abilities? A new study from researchers at MIT's Media Lab has returned some concerning results. The study divided 54 subjects, 18 to 39-year-old, from Boston area into 3 groups and asked them to write several SAT essays using OpenAI's ChatGPT, Google search engine, or nothing at all, respectively. Researchers used an EEG to record the writer's brain activity across 32 regions and found that of the 3 groups, ChatGPT users had the lowest brain engagement and consistently underperformed at neural, linguistic, and behavioral levels. Over the course of several months, ChatGPT users got lazier with each subsequent essay, often resorting to copy and paste by the end of the study. The paper suggests that the usage of LLMs could actually harm learning, especially for younger users. The paper has not yet been peer reviewed, and its sample size is relatively small, but the paper's main author, Natalia Kosmaya, felt that it was important to release the findings to elevate concerns as society increasingly relies upon LMs for immediate convenience. Yeah, we've talked about this a lot before, and even though it's kind of too early, there haven't been enough studies, there haven't been enough evidence kind of acquired, it just seems to be obvious that the less that you engage and struggle and the less effort that it takes to engage in any activity, if you use some tool that makes it easy for you, that's what you're going to do, and you're just never going to acquire a deep knowledge and deep learning of that skill. So I have a teacher that's concerned. He teaches like 6th grade science, and he's like, yeah, this is ChatGPT. Using that as a crutch is not help people gain critical thinking skills. So even though this is just one study, I think that it's pretty obvious to me that using these tools can be bad for critical thinking and writing. I mean, you don't get to be a great writer by copying and pasting. You have to actually do it. Dance says, ASI Magpie. So what are you guys talking about? What is the main factor we're looking for here? I would like it to be global happiness and not something having to do with money or efficiency. Yeah, Mr. Magpie, I would agree with you. It seems like happiness, happiness is hard to define, though. Um, maybe like I had this idea that maybe the metric we should be looking at and the thing that we should be trying
We're
to,
still gonna need human writers, man, that invent new genres of writing.
yeah, definitely. Sorry, Joe, you just kind of came in. I don't know if it cut out for a while. Did I cut out? Can you summarize maybe what you're saying? I'm having problems in Discord, I think. Oh no, you guys are both muted. All right. Um, so instead of happiness, because happiness is kind of a fraught metric, or maybe you could make happiness. Maybe if you got, health,
Hey,
how social.
I'm just dealing.
Um, maybe if you got like a variety, like a very robust set of metrics, you could call it the happiness. I don't know, happiness metrics, and you could look at health. How many connections in the community do you have? You know, how active are you? How long do you spend worrying about pointless things? How long do you spend in, lost in infinite doom scrolling? Like you could create a series of metrics that could evaluate something that you might try to call happiness, and that would be much better. Um, I also think that one metric that we could utilize as society is like creativity. How creative do you feel like you are? Probably has to do with how much opportunity to be creative you have. And so you would imagine that societies that give their population a lot of room to be creative, right? That
That should be our mission statement.
yeah, yeah.
I
Like
like that.
just maximize
We want to
maximize the amount of time or
yeah,
opportunity to be creative. Because if you're being
opportunity, yeah, to
because
be
if
creative.
yeah,
Well, that's what I always tell you. And that's one of the things I drive home to you. The reason I can write music the way I do is because I'm doing it for years. And that it's a practice skill, and that you have to keep doing it. And you should be pushing yourself every day to at least do a little bit of it. It's not. It's like anything. You can't do it every day. Um, but that's something I push towards you all the time. You got it. You got to push those limits. You got to keep practicing skill, right?
Now now's the now's the time for it, right? Clowns, I see the current transition is that our economy is transitioning from the producer economy to the creator economy, which is a good thing, I think. It's more fun creating than it is producing.
Depends on the person, though. I mean, there are some people that like. There's people that like editing videos, and there's people that literally just like writing stories. Just like when you talk about
Well,
like
that's creating
thriller.
though. That's that's
Yeah.
that's an act of creativity.
Well, I mean, all of it is creativity. It's just a different form. Some of
Well,
that
no,
stuff
I mean
can.
I'm talking about like
Some of that
what
stuff.
like screwing on, hammering down nails and stuff. That's not creative.
Yeah, it is. It can be like it's you're limiting yourself on what creativity is.
if you're playing
Um,
Twinkle Twinkle Little Star while nailing different hammers down, that would be a creative way. But yeah,
yeah.
That would that
but
would be yeah, and that's a good thing. That's what we want. We want to move humans from slaves producing cookie cutter stuff to being creative geniuses, man.
But the
And
thing
I
is,
think even the one.
most most things that people consume, and I would say 99%, is cookie cutter shit. Um,
Well, that's fine. That's good. We that's what I'm saying. Is that we don't want humans having to spend their lives doing menial cookie cutter
but we do
producing.
anyway. Even when we do creative stuff, even I, dude, I create music constantly. and even my stuff, like if you look at it, it's all the same shit. It's just I do it, write it differently. That's literally it. It's the same shit. Just write it differently. We all fall into patterns, and we call it creativity, but it's literally the same shit.
Well, that's my point though, is that we want to give people. I think people fall into, patterns, and on some people start off. I mean, spend their entire lives just like working. We don't really see a lot of this in the U.S. anymore, but um, most people, spend their entire lives working on a job that is completely uncreative but productive. I mean, they're producing something, they're manufacturing something, right? Um,
We hope.
I mean, even what I'm trying to say is, I think, it's a good thing that AI is here. It's going to free us up and give us more opportunities to create things, new things. We're going to have like this expansion of the human mind,
Well,
instead of,
I look at YouTube, and there's millions of videos that go on per day, and it's almost always the same type of video. Not a lot of
you know why though? I'm telling you, Chris, it's because most people have these mundane, boring ass jobs. They're only doing it because they need to eat, okay?
well,
And so
actually,
so
no,
they end up looking for outlets that are like that.
I disagree. I think most people do that because they just aren't capable of being creative. Like
They're
most
not,
people do
no,
not.
no, no. But do you
Hold on.
think at least some of them, if not the majority of them, are not capable because they just never given the opportunity and sort of the
I just don't
environment?
think people are capable of it. Period. And then that's just from being in the business for so long, and that's literally my job is creativity. I just don't think some people are capable of it. That's just it in a nutshell.
But don't you think, let's just
No, no,
get
no,
down
no,
to
no,
policy. What
no,
about
no.
if we had UBI, right, where everybody has, at least in the sense that, they didn't have to worry about, food and some of their basic needs. Don't you think people would just be more creative?
No, I think most people would sit around doing nothing but watching porn and playing video games. That's what I think most people would do.
Really? You think
Yeah.
so?
Well, I mean, look at
Wow.
society
Okay.
today. Hold
Oh,
on.
okay.
Look at
Wait, wait,
society
wait.
today.
Turn the volume down. Hold on. Turn the
Hold
volume
on.
down. Turn the volume down.
Okay.
Take a breath.
No, look at society today. We got 65 million people in the U.S. that are on some type of social program, and
Hmm.
what's the biggest industry in the U.S.?
I don't know, porn.
Yeah,
Oh
we
shit!
consume more.
Lucky guess.
We consume more porn than anything than any other country, and we
Well,
have
we
the
all
most. We
we're
have
the
the most.
wealthiest country.
Yes, we have the most freedom. The people
Well,
that
but what?
hold on. I let you make
Okay,
your argument.
okay,
Let
okay.
me make mine.
Sure, sure,
Okay,
sure, sure. I love your passion. Go ahead. Yeah.
we
Sorry.
people the people have compared to other countries. They have more time off from work than any other country on the planet, right?
Right.
And how do most of those people spend their time?
Right.
They consume basically porn
Uh-huh.
and get drunk. That's literally most people. That's why I don't think people are capable of creativity. Because when you leave them to their own devices, they're into self-pleasuring shit. Literally it. Roy, you're not a normal person. I'm not a normal person. Joe here is not a normal person. We like challenging ourselves. We like to push the limits. We like to talk and we like to debate. That is not normal. Most people are
Right.
lazy. People would rather, oh, I worked 40 hours. I'm so exhausted for 40 hours. I'm going to just go watch this porn over here, this anime, and I'm going to go rub one out, and then I'm going to go get drunk. That's the majority of Americans.
But
That's
do you think
literally
that
it.
just? But do you think those people are born like that, or is that just a result, at
And
least in
I think
part?
that's a result
You
of our. I think that's a result of our country. It's what we push. It's
so should we
literally.
push something else like building the Great Pyramids, and using manual labor? I don't. I mean, we
It's
can do something like that.
Well, we
right?
definitely
It will.
would, and
Oh,
people would do it too. I think people would do it.
people would do it. Yeah,
Why
yeah.
can't we?
If they don't have other opportunities, yeah.
I've talked to enough people over the course of my career. I would say most of them
Yeah.
are not creative at all. Uh, Most people
Maybe
don't
that's
want
my
to.
problem.
They just want to wake up, rub one out, pay their bills, which means they have to work, get home, rub another one out, and pass out. That's the majority of people. Like that is the majority of the people. The people that are in the creative sphere, they're not even creative. Like if you go into any of the Twitch, they're all doing the exact same thing. Most of them are just sitting there playing a video game, not saying a damn thing,
Chris, can you do me a
and
favor?
then whenever they're on,
Chris,
yeah,
uh, uh,
yeah.
I I can't handle the level of energy in your voice right now. So if you can make this argument in a in a slightly like toned
That's,
down way, like you're getting very riled up, and so let me
a little
try
less
to
passionate.
let me try to
I'm actually
let me try to
part
paraphrase this.
part of it is I'm also tired. I'm also tired too, so I'm
Okay.
trying to wake myself up.
I think that you're giving
But go
humans.
on.
I think you're giving humans a little bit of a bad rap here, and doing a little bit of
Well,
overgeneralizing, and saying that most humans are like this, and I think that it's that I don't think that most humans are inherently lazy, and I don't think that a UBI would completely cause society to collapse because we'd all just be part of this
oh, I don't either.
be part of this brave new
No,
world, right?
just
Where we're all just taking drugs, and we've got the feelies and the pleasure machine that we're just tuning into, and so let's step back again. Let's not try to demonize or classify entire populations of species with a single viewpoint. So Psych for Games said
yeah.
human beings.
I'm
Well,
Well, it's
let me
not.
bring.
Hold on.
No. Hold.
yeah,
Step back a second.
let's bring the chat in.
I'm gonna bring Chad in. So Psych for Games says, human beings are inherently creative because creativity is not an optional trait, but a fundamental aspect of cognition, communication, and survival. I agree with this. Creativity is what the brain does, right? It's built in. Like you can't actually be a human being and avoid using basic tools of creativity. I mean, we do this all the time in different ways. We don't call it creativity because we have a very narrow definition of creativity. We think about it, okay, it's relevant to painters and musicians, but it's not relevant to a baby learning to walk. But if you think about it, a baby learning to walk is engaging in a creative, sort of playful activity that allows it to tune its neural networks to then, gain some mastery over its muscles. And so Psych for Games also says every human society from the Paleolithic to modern times has produced art, ritual, and storytelling. This universality implies creativity. Is not a cultural luxury, but a biological constant. Why people are not creative now is because of the school system. I think I agree with most of that. There was a
Yeah, that's definitely a factor.
There was a
That's-
great TED talk.
That's that's a good point. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a great TED talk. I forget who it was, but the person. Oh, it was a comedian. No. Yeah, I think it was a comedian. But he talked about how the school system basically teaches or trains creativity out of children, and or out of people. And I think it's a compelling argument because Adobe did a study of creativity where they basically they surveyed a bunch of people and they asked people over their lifespan how creative they believed they were, and it kind of like this self-perception of the ability to engage in creativity seems to track like our age. So young kids, right, like feel that they can be very creative, and the older that you get, like the fewer and fewer people that think that they're creative, and it's because we train it out of ourselves. We get locked into these sort of set of tools that we have, and then we rely on those tools, and we don't think outside of the box anymore. And so, but that doesn't
So you
mean.
agree with me?
So I agree in the sense that it becomes more and more difficult to become creative as we get older, right? Yeah, but that's true for you and I as well. Like it's harder for us to be
I
creative than it was for when we were children. And
actually I find it easier to write now that I'm older, and write on topics that I don't normally write on. I find that actually easier because I've done it so much. Um, Maybe in other fields I find it hard, but like on writing, I don't have a problem with creativity. Uh, Composing music, I don't have a hard time coming up with something new either. It like I said, it's more of a skill. And whenever I say that most people, the reason they consume this stuff is because, like you said, I mean, we don't want people to be creative, and if most people are that's taught out of them, you end up with a society that is fundamentally not creative. And so you're saying I'm right, but without saying I'm right.
well, let's make a distinction. So people, I'm talking about the potential to be creative. You're talking about what they actually end up doing. So,
Right.
so that's the
Yeah.
difference. So that's the difference. So I'm arguing that there's no, there's no. So I guess it's just a way of characterizing creativity, right? People are creative. They have an inherent ability. They just choose not to do so, or they just don't do so because the incentives aren't aligned in a way that would cause them to be motivated to engage in those activities. And a lot of that can come about because of just cultural norms, right? Just not enough time. Um, they spend all their energy at work, at a 9 to 5, or they've just built this self-image over time where they don't think that they actually can be creative. They don't think that they could pick up a skill like drawing or juggling or music or something like that, right? And it's just something that got locked in. It's programming that got locked into their psyche where now the only reason that they don't do those things is because they're sure that they'd fail if they actually gave it a shot. So all of these things can be reasons that people don't appear on the surface to be creative, but there's nothing inherently preventing certain individuals from doing creative acts.
Can can I give you an example? Um, I hear all the time. I want to. I always get told that. I mean, as a musician, that I get told that constantly, and my response is always the same: 10 minutes a day. You want to learn to play the piano 10 minutes, okay? And there
Yeah,
are people that
yeah.
go and do 10 minutes a day. I know some 30-year-olds. I know some 40-year-olds that have gone and done it. I don't think that you're going to see creativity out of somebody that's past the age of 18 that has not been creative prior to that in the music industry. You may learn how to play the piano and you may be able to play stuff that you hear and basically do covers. I don't think that you're going to be the next Mozart. I don't think that you're going to be the next um, Chopin. I just don't think that that's going to be the case once you hit a certain age. Um, and part of that is because of what you described, right? Is that we've taken that creativity and we've smashed it down. And if you're not doing it before you turn 18, the odds of you doing it are so freaking minute. If you're not creating stuff all the way up until, like, most musicians that I know, actually every musician I know that creates music on a regular basis, they've been doing it since they were like 5 or 6. All of them. Every single one of them. I've not met a musician who actually creates their own individual art that started when they were 18, 19, or 20. Because by then, you don't have the ability to mold your brain in a way that allows for you to create music. Because the amount of time that you would need to be able to understand how to do that becomes so hard. On a
So
piano, you're talking 10 years. So by the time they get to the point where they can create music at that kind of level, they're in their 30s, and the odds are the creativity has already been smashed out of them. It's not going to.
So guys, just real quick. I mean, when you talk about creativity or activities that are creative, the music industry, just like the porn industry, by the way, is a really bad example because it's heavily commercialized and industrialized.
Oh,
Or
absolutely.
yeah, and so what?
I'm,
I
I'm
mean, the
not
only
just talking. I'm not just talking the music industry. I'm
yeah.
talking uh, outside the music industry. I know a lot of musicians that don't release shit, that aren't associated with labels and stuff. So, and they
Yeah.
make some great stuff.
Yeah, I mean, all the things you mentioned are absolutely accurate. I just think the reason is because of the commercialization. You end up with only the
No,
top,
I think the reason is because
0.001%.
no, I think the reason is because there comes a point whenever the amount of learning that you need to do with like instrumentation to get to the point where
Uh-huh.
your creativity is actually pleasant. By the time you get there, if you haven't been doing this from childhood to adulthood, by the time you get to the point where you can be creative, it you're talking if you start at 18. By the time you get to the point where you can make a piece that is notable, is
Mhm.
probably about 10 years. And
Yeah, I mean, but by
All
the
right.
time
Oh,
you're able to do
at
that,
that yeah, but at that point,
uh,
you're not thinking creative. You're not
I get,
most.
I Chris,
It's
I think
hard.
we all
It's
get
hard
that.
to make that shift.
And Chris, we get that. It's just I'm just trying to point out, like, what you're talking about is basically the point at which you're in the top 1%, if not 0.001%. Okay,
Well,
and
yeah,
but in what I'm talking about is other creative activities that don't require that level of uh
gardening,
well,
skill,
finger
mastery. Okay,
painting, sculpture, doing puzzles, whatever, juggling. Like you don't have to be. So your metric for you're assigning creativity as if you have to be in the
no,
1%
no,
of
no, no,
people that are doing it and being successful
no.
in some kind of filtered out market like music, right? You're talking about people as if, oh, because they can't learn to master a piano after the age of 18, they can't be creative. So that's how you're coming across. Now, I don't know if you know that or not, but that's how you're coming across. So what we're talking about is that anybody is capable, even in adulthood, of picking up something and being adequately well at it. It doesn't matter whether or not other people see that it has value, right? It's valuable to the individual themselves, right? It's an expression of life. It's a it's useful for the individual. It doesn't have to find a large population of other people that say this is good in order for it to have value in the
right. It's
activity itself.
right, non-commercialized. Right, not it's not commercialized. It doesn't have the standard commercialized goal. Right, music is highly commercialized. It's all about making money, and so if you want to make money, right, a lot of money in the music industry, just like in the porn industry and other commercialized industries, you got to be in the top 1%.
Yeah.
And that's what requires, like you said, you have to start at like five or
You
six.
got to start at 5. Yeah, and that's where
Yeah, you just,
you're correct.
yeah,
But that's not the be all and end all of creativity, and that's not even the what how we're trying to measure creativity itself.
yeah, we're trying to usher in a world where people don't have to do things at that level just just to make money. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, but
We should be free from having to do that once we get to a point where
but
um,
the problem with that is, and this is just personal experience. The less skilled you are, the more annoyed people get with you. That's just how it is. And this is just from a content creator. We all see, we all sit there and do not like AI videos. The reason we don't is because they're so poorly done, right? The graphics may be fine, but how they read out the scripts and how the information's wrong, that shit annoys the fuck out, right? We're more forgiving of humans to do it, but we also get annoyed with them too. Done, if the graphics aren't there and it's just constant missing. We get annoyed too. Um, but creativity in itself, the worse they are at it, the more annoyed we get with it. That's just how it is. So you may have value for yourself, but like if somebody's a bad singer and my neighbor's singing horribly all the time, dude, I'm going to knock on his door and tell him to knock shit off. I mean, and that's how most people are.
Oh shit.
Yeah, but a lot of, I mean, music's one thing, man, but there's so many different ways that you can be non-intrusive and creative for yourself, and you don't have to rely on other people's belief about whether or not that thing has value for it to hold value for yourself, right? Dancing, and how many people get annoyed when someone's dancing poorly at a club or something, right? It's like it doesn't matter. They're having fun. It's like as long as they're not stepping on my feet, they can move however they want, even if they look robotic or silly. Like, look, they're having fun, and that's all that matters. We're all just dancing here, right? So it's like maybe the better metaphor is dancing. Maybe if we could, you know, maximize the amount of time people spend dancing in society, would that be a good metric for how healthy a society is?
No. But okay.
Well, nice.
And how
I can only talk until
and how unwilling
experience it.
and how willing people are, or how how much or little people criticize one another when other people's dancing doesn't match their own belief about how it should be done. Right? Maybe that's a good metric.
Well, there's a lot of people that, I mean, dancing was pretty big on TikTok and stuff, and the bad dancers got ridiculed quite a bit. The good ones didn't. Um, so you're still in the same problem. Like the amazing dancers are the ones kid, the all right ones started when they were older, and I don't. Maybe I'm different. I don't like mediocrity when it comes to like music. So I tell people whenever somebody does something music, I'm like, you should strive to be the best. You should push yourself. That's how you get better. And it's because I've been pushing myself since I was a kid. So that's probably my point of view. And I think that on anything I do, I push myself in every avenue that I have an interest, no matter what it is. So maybe that's the difference between me and most people. I don't know.
Magpie says, you don't get into music to make money, you do it because you find it fun. It's such an American view, thinking that it's only worth doing if you can earn money. Psych for Game says, how many creative people does society let slip away? Yeah, how much dark talent, how much potential is wasted? Probably a lot, I'm guessing. Laestimonius says, would indeed also make you vulnerable to outside interference to an unknown degree, given the style of amalgamation. I'm not sure. That's something you and Dance are talking about. You figure that out. Human machine gestalt might collapse under its own weight. Human machine gestalt? You guys are out there, man. Laestimonius says, I had a few dealings with futuristic weaponry while serving. Few exoskeleton-like supports for infantry. Collapse wouldn't be an issue coming out of it after long periods. Loss of muscle, etc. Then collapse of the person? I'm not sure what you guys are talking about. Humanity already is intact but at odds with themselves. Can't have a technology that supports that. It's on or off, 0 or 1. Potato Prince. Humanity is at odds with themselves. Are we at... Seems like we're in this constant battle and struggle with ourselves. At an individual level, at a social level, there's a lot of struggles that are going on. Struggle between our instincts to survive and our kind of higher selves and ideals that tell us that we're more than just survival machines, that we should reach for more, something spiritual. Is that the difference, the dichotomy between practical and between spirituality and material things, and between practical and idealistic? We have these competing motivations that push us in different directions sometimes. It feels like we're at war with ourselves. Magpie says, here in Sweden we have a saying, Jung F. Igen Formaga, which translates to sing by your own ability. And it's about in celebratory things, if you know the song, then sing along even if you're a bad singer. It's more important joining than being skilled. It sounds like a good saying. I agree with that. Is it euphoria?
Oh, I agree.
Harmony would be worldwide. Harmony worldwide, euphoria. Dance says, I was thinking along the human-machine union failing at a mental level. The human-machine union failing at a mental level. You're saying direct brain-machine interfaces, Dance? Rather than just cell phones in our pockets and smart glasses and things like that? Even if you don't have a good singing voice, still sing when dancing the little frog around the maypole.
God, I haven't heard that.
Little frog around the maypole?
Look, I'm not discouraging people from trying to be creative. You know that. I think that if you put practice in it, you can get good at singing. You can get good at any instrument. You just have to put the work in. But the thing is we now have a society that does not want. They don't have drive to. That's where my biggest problem lies. That competitiveness can drive you to be great, and that's something that we're ripping out of our society. We don't want competitive people, and the reason I succeeded in my career is because I am a very creative person, but I am very competitive. I strive to be the best at what I do, and I think more people should be like that. It makes society much stronger. And I think it's becoming a big problem that's not what we're seeing from these last two generations. Is that competitiveness, that drive, is disappearing, and very few people in those. And I think that's a problem.
Well, I'm all...
Like, I know you.
I don't know how... I mean, yeah, whole generations, if they don't feel like they have opportunities, if they feel like the game is rigged, then they're not going to even they're not going to step foot in the arena, right? If they don't have the self-confidence, if they think
Right.
that the field is saturated, I mean, there's all sorts of ways to kill motivation. And
Oh yeah.
I just want to see a beautiful garden where every child is looked at and people can say, look at that child. I wonder what it will become if given the right resources and the right environment. I wonder what amazing things it will be able to do. And sometimes the kids will disappoint us like they always do, and sometimes they'll surprise and amaze us. And if we didn't have those two differing outcomes, life wouldn't be fun at all. But, the point is that when you fail gracefully, and it doesn't demotivate you to get back up and try again. So I think we just need to de-emphasize the fear of failure.
Oh no. See, that I think is the mistake right there. That's what made me better, is that I feared I would fail. So I tried and practiced so I wouldn't fail, and I kept going. And as the years went by, I failed less because I did not want to fail.
So
that's competitiveness.
So maybe at a long time scale, but you're talking about failure. You're not talking about the everyday failures of going in and writing a song the first time and, oh, this is shit, and then restarting over and, oh, this is shit. Like, I'm talking of failure happens at many different levels, and it happens at a very, very small time scale as well, right? It's like I'm afraid that I can't even get started on this, but I'm afraid I don't even have an idea to write in a story, right?
Yeah,
That
but
could be a fear.
you're just,
That's a fear that will prevent you from even
but that's
in going through it.
that's okay. So one of the things I tell my kids is the only way to know success is to fail. So you're gonna have to fail along the way. Uh, but you should absolutely hate failure. It should drive you not to. And as you fail more, you'll win more. You'll have less failure because you're going to learn. You're going to get better at it. And it's all about the perspective of what failing actually means. You don't know what success is if you don't know what failure is.
Exactly.
So you that point of view is important. Anybody that I've ever met that has been great at anything, they always looked at failure as it's a necessity, but it should be something you hate. It's the only way you become the better version of yourself, where you're not failing as much.
No, you don't have to
I
hate
mean,
it.
I'm always.
You don't have.
Oh, I hate failing.
Yeah, but
Example, the song. The other day, I took on that song, right? Dude, I still can't get past that first verse. It's driving me nuts. But I guarantee you, within a month or two, I'm gonna have that song fucking figured out because I hate failing at something, and I will not stop until I get it. It might take me a year, but I'm going to keep going at that song until it's done. Um, and that's something that because I don't like failing at something. That's just how I look at it. It's and the thing is, I'm not competitive with anybody else. I'm competitive with myself, right? Um, a lot of the best of the best in the world, they're not competitive with other people. They find that boring. They're more competitive with themselves than they are with other people. How can I do this better? How can I do this better? That's how I became a good guitarist. That's how I became a good pianist. How I became great on the violin, and why I'm great on the bass is because I always am like, can I do this better? Not can somebody else do it better. It's always can I do it. That's who I'm competitive against.
Okay, so I agree with that. You ought to push yourself if you want to be great. You have to do things, and you have to be relentless in your search for perfection. If you want to be the best at anything, then that kind of motivation will push you in that direction.
Mm-hmm.
Dance says transhumanism often disregard the miracles of our biology and see only flaws and inadequacies. Biohacking would be easier, safer, and enhance the natural processes who took us so far already. Transhumanism often disregard the miracles of our biology. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not really part of any transhumanism circles. I know that they're about using technology to enhance our longevity, but I don't know that. Do they disregard the natural healing abilities, or do they just want to augment them? Because it's clear that our natural abilities don't prevent, osteoporosis and early stage dementia and heart disease and everything. So I don't know. I don't know the transhumanists. Your human machine hybrids are prisoners of the homeworld. Solar flare, a bunch of organics can just into a capsule and crash in the sea. All synthetics began to bug or to fry, resulting in death if they can't survive without the damaged part.
Welcome back, Joe. He's having issues.
Yeah, it sounds like it. All right, it's let me see.
Yeah, we're on 4.5 hours.
It's almost 7, so I'm gonna do a wrap up here pretty soon. All right, who's got questions? I've got 10 minutes, 8 minutes. Who has a question, thought, idea? Who has a query, a request?
Ask anything.
For either myself or clowns?
Almost anything I want to answer.
I don't know, man. I think this whole conversation about creativity, it sort of gets to the heart of things. I think that when we understand creativity in a deeper
Every Friday.
sense. In a deeper sense, I think that gives us, or that brings us closer to the solutions that we're looking for. I think it all comes down to creativity. How do we maximize creativity in ourselves and others? I think in
I
asking
think
and trying to answer that question, that's when we figure out the answers that we're looking for, the solutions that we're answering for.
I think you're kind of right. I think it's a combination of driving.
A combination of what?
I think it's drive and creativity. I think it has to be a combination of both.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Because if you have to drive, that creativity just goes nowhere, right?
yeah, yeah. Well, you
So I
can't.
think it's a combination of
You
both.
you have to be motivated to create, right? Like, so if you don't create anything,
Yep.
then there's no creativity. So I think that yeah, absolutely, motivation and drive is foundational for a creative act to take place. I just like to remind people too that we were talking earlier about trying to define value, and a lot of people define value in terms of the solutions that are ultimately reached, right? So you get a company that spends a bunch of money for R&D, and like Edison said, I learned 1,000 ways not to create a light bulb. A lot of people would see those 999 failed experiments as having no value, when really you couldn't have found that thousandth idea without going through that extremely costly process of all those failed experiments, right? So creativity is all about trial and error, and you can't figure out what a good solution looks like if you don't have any examples of its opposite, right? So it's like you're only able to
Yep.
identify good solutions when they're juxtaposed with failed ones. So your goal should be to maximize the rate of failure, right? So you create a lot of experiments. This is called divergent thinking, and you want as many options as you want, and it doesn't matter that they fail, right? Like you just go through that search space, and it takes a lot of energy, and most of them are going to be stupid, but that's part of the process of being creative, and that's what
Yep.
a lot of people don't understand is that there is value in creating bad ideas, failed solutions, stupid thoughts, right? Which is why, like, I have this saying that ideas don't have to be right or wrong if they're interesting, right? So we don't need to immediately evaluate any single idea because we could just conceptualize this as the creative divergent thinking stage in whatever we're trying to do. And that stupid thought, that wrong idea, will point us in the direction of better ideas. And
Senor has a question.
Senior Gatos, by different disciplines to can creativity be fueled also by input from seemingly different sources? Of course. Fueled also by input from seemingly different sources. So yeah, I think so. Gato, creatives, creative ideas and solutions are also novel ones, right? Which means that they're things that we haven't already done before. So the most people are considered creative if they do something that's both useful and novel. So in order to come up with a novel solution, something that no one's ever done before, you usually have to synthesize from radically different areas. And it's like seeing the hidden connections between two things that don't seem to have any connection at all, that is actually kind of the hallmark of novel ideas, right? So yeah, absolutely. You want a bunch of different sources, different inputs. You want to sample from a lot of different places.
I can give an example of this. I'm a musician. I write lyrics all the time. My lyrics come from psychology, philosophy. Some of my lyrics come from physics. I have a hit that I wrote in the early 2000s that I got while writing my thesis for my PhD. Um, so yeah, you never know where that's going to come from. So yeah, inspiration can come from about anything. One of the things that drives a lot of my writing is random stuff my friends. Roy is a good example. Like, I have a song up on my SoundCloud right that was speared from just one word that he gave me, and that's just how it happened. Like, creativity is something you have to work for, but it can come from anything. So yeah, there is no set path for creativity, and it can branch out into every direction. I'm sure if I did molecular biology, I would be writing. That would seep into my writing. If I painted more, that would seep into my writing. If I did robotics, that stuff would, like, my random conversations with friends. Roy does that too. I mean, one of the things you're working on, and it's a beautiful piece, by the way, and you should be looking for releasing that. Creativity is not something by what you're doing. It gets seeped in on environment and everything. Whether you're drawing or painting figurines, that stuff all eventually seeps into it. Am I right, Bryce?
Yeah, totally right. Psych for Games says Tolkien is a perfect example. Wrote the Elven language first, then he made a story out of it. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I didn't know that. I knew he did a whole lot of world building before writing stuff, and he wrote a bunch of different languages, right?
Yeah. By the way, that's the second time he's.
It's the same time what? The second time what?
He's brought that up.
Tolkien?
So.
All the writers and poets you love did many edits before the one
sorry,
you read in print. The first thing you write down, think, is rarely your final edit, Magpie says. Same goes with music. All bands have different methods of writing, but it's never them just going into a room and playing something new and it's done. It's a process. Laestimonius, your missus speaks Elvish? That's funny. So thanks for the follows, everybody. I'm going to call it here. So I'm going to do a quick send-off. Clowns, I'm going to jump out of the stream room. And probably I got to go pick up my wife. She's getting a tattoo colored in today. So I'm going to have to roll downtown pretty soon here. But this was fun. Creativity, I think it's... yeah. It's the thing. It's the right stuff. It's the good shit. Oh.
Fun.
We can stare at a candle and calm ourselves, reconnect with our fire spirit, or fire chakra, or our fire animal, or whatever kind of fire-related thing that might strike your fancy. Will it light a fire under our asses? Are we burning the candle at both ends? Are we moving too fast? Do we need to step back and just meditate a little while before we lay down the next tracks? All right, so I'm going to jump out of Discord. Son of a gun. Who's doing this? Who's trying to control me like a puppet? So, thanks everybody. It's been fun. Welcome new followers, Psych for Games, Senior Gatos, Laestimonius, I know you've been here a few times now. Magpie. Good conversations with all of you. We talked earlier about, let me do a quick recap. This stream started with the sticks and stones. Sticks and stones. Seemingly simple objects. Sometimes we use them to build. Sometimes we use them to throw. Sometimes when we throw stones, it can hurt people, especially those that have no homes, that have no walls to defend themselves against the strange names. They feel shame. They feel enraged sometimes and defend from potential harm that comes to them. Sticks and stones may break our bones, but words can never hurt us. Only we treat words, we treat concepts as if they're material, as if they're solid, bounded, strong, durable. And it's only when we do this that they begin to hurt us. But realize that the names, the aspersions cast upon you by other people, they're not solid at all. They're not like stones. They're like information clouds. They're puffs of smoke. They're immaterial. They're non-material. So whenever we get into these conflicts, where we end up calling each other names, if you just remember that it's all information, and it's only the interpretation of that activity, when laid down in the microcircuits of your brain and turned into reinforcing feedback loops that cause you to believe that you are less than you are, cause you to think that you can't be something, cause you to feel diminished in stature, that's only when they do the real harm. It's our interpretation of the world that causes the most harm, not the world itself. So it's a reminder to be open, to be in superpositional states. Being open-minded is the greatest gift we can have. And that's different from being suggestible, right? You don't have to hold strong opinions. You can always be open to modification, given new evidence. And that's what we do today here at The Joy of Thinking. We just shoot our minds, shoot our mouths, and see what comes out without judging. We try to open our eyes and get stronger every day. Friends, it's been real. I will see you on the flip side next Friday, hopefully. And until then, have a fantastic weekend. Thanks for the comments. Thanks for the remarks. And joyful thoughts be with you. Take care.